she can't get a theory test till 2026. So will she make time for the urgent debate needed on access to theory tests, access to driving tests, that bedevils people engaged sitting across the country? And will she also, if you'll allow me, Mr Deputy Speaker, congratulate Danielle and her partner David on the upcoming birth of their child?
We'll absolutely join him in congratulating Danielle on the birth of the upcoming birth of their child, and how important it is as a parent to be able to drive around as well. So I'm sorry to hear about the delays they're experiencing. It gets raised with me lots of business questions. The government has recently taken steps to deal with the abuse in the system and the huge backlog in the driving test system. We're delivering around 10,000 additional driving tests, but I will ensure the House is updated on this matter.
Tom Gordon.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker. In recent weeks and months, Harrogate has been gridlocked with seemingly uncoordinated roadworks blocking our town. This is particularly difficult for businesses when they're going on for protracted periods of time and they already face Labour's job tax. So would the Leader of the House agree to look at a compensation scheme for businesses who are affected for periods of long times of roadworks?
Well, really badly delivered roadworks that are often uncoordinated can be a huge blight on local businesses and town centres and others. So I hear what he is saying. These are responsibilities of local councils. We are putting more money into making sure that roads can be put right, but I will definitely ensure he gets a reply.
Laura Kirksmith.
Speaker, 1 in 4 women experience mental health challenges during pregnancy or after birth. In fact, it's the most common complication of pregnancy in the UK. Last month, almost 50 honourable members of this House pledged their support for improved maternal mental health provision at an event that I hosted with the Maternal Mental Health Alliance. Can the Leader of the House advise on further opportunities to embed better maternal mental health provision in the government's 10-year plan for the NHS?
Well, she's absolutely right that maternal mental health is absolutely a critical issue to the development of a child as well, and really important. And I've been long involved actually in the first 1,001 days from conception to the age of 2 with the former Leader of the House, Andrea Leadsom, who I'm actually going on a visit to such services tomorrow in my constituency. I'll just get that plug in. But I can assure her that these sorts of issues will be covered in the NHS 10-year plan, which will be coming to this House very, very shortly.
John Lamont.
Thank you, Sir Roger. Research shows that 91% of farmers see poor mental health as the industry's biggest hidden issue. Last year, Kelso farmer Neil Stewart very sadly took his own life. His friends and family have since raised over £88,000 for RASPE, who provides support for people working in farming. Will the Leader join me in paying tribute to them, and can we have a debate on mental health in farming?
Well, I'm really sorry to hear that Neil Stewart took his own life, and the impact that must have had on, and is still having, on his family and friends, and to hear of their extraordinary fundraising efforts as a result for RASPE is really heartwarming to hear. As we've just heard, you know, the issues of mental health support, whether that's in rural communities, in young people, in other aspects, is a real priority for this government, and more will be announced shortly in the 10-year plan.
Alison Taylor.
Thank you, Sir Roger. On the 5th of July, Renfrewshire hosts the annual Small Shot Day Parade as it celebrates the victory of weavers over their employers in the 19th century. For more than 30 years, Paisley Buddy, Mr Tony Lawler, has led the procession beating the Charleston drum. Would the Leader join me in congratulating Tony as he retires from the role, and would she agree with me that celebrating workers' rights is a worthwhile topic for future debate?
Will absolutely join her in wishing everybody a Schmass Shot Day celebration, and celebrating all that involves, and Tony Lawler on 30 fantastic years of service to this rich history and festival. And she's absolutely right. We, as a Labour government, celebrate advancing workers' rights and all the history involved in that.
Ben Maguire.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker. Surfers Against Sewage have just published their 2025 water quality report, showing that more than 5 people every single day are falling ill after entering water at UK beaches, many of these requiring GP visits or hospitalisation, for chest infections to serious gastrobugs. Given the serious public health consequences of sewage pollution, will she agree to a debate in government time about the health and economic impacts of untreated sewage discharges?
Well, water quality has been absolutely shocking in recent years, whether that's our rivers, our seas, our lakes around the country, and it has been of huge public concern as well, because as he rightly points out, there are a number of consequences of it. That's why one of the first acts of this government was to bring in the Water Special Measures Bill, which is now an act. We're going to go further. We've got a commission on wider water governance reform, and the details of that will be coming shortly.
Frank McNally.
Thank you very much, Mr Deputy Speaker. At a time when the Government is reducing NHS waiting lists across England, they continue to rise in Scotland. Just yesterday, the SNP Government announced plans that could actually see investment in NHS services reduced by a shocking 12%, resulting in significant reduction in frontline NHS staff. Does my right honourable friend agree with me that people in my constituency deserve a Scottish Government focused on improving our NHS, as has been the commitment of this Government since the general election?
Well, he's absolutely right. The SNP's record on the NHS is frankly shocking. We've seen years of mismanagement and growing waiting lists, especially 8 hours in A&E, and 100,000 Scots have been stuck on NHS waiting lists for over a year, which is truly shocking. The SNP government has had the biggest settlement it's ever had under this government, and it really has got no excuse now not to sort it out.
Robbie Moore.
Thank you, Sir Roger. Earlier this month, Family Business UK confirmed what was obvious to many on this side of the House, but not, as it seems, the government benches, that the government's changes to business property relief will cost the country over 200 job losses and nearly 15 billion in loss to the UK economy. And that includes, Sir Roger, 250 jobs in my constituency of Keighley and Ilkley and over £60 million lost to the local economy in West Yorkshire. So can I ask the Leader of the House, can we have an urgent debate on the catastrophic consequences that the government's changes to IHT, be it APR or BPR, is having on many of our family businesses coming forward from April 26? Yeah.
Well, look, I know this is an issue of concern as somebody who also represents many family businesses. But I have to say to the honourable gentleman, we had to take a number of difficult decisions in our budget to ensure that we had the money going into our National Health Service to reduce those waiting lists, into our skills sector and our education and elsewhere. And that meant looking at those with the broadest shoulders, particularly on issues like inheritance tax, so that we could restore our public services to what they need to be.
Sonia Kumar.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker. Will the Leader of the House join me in congratulating the Black Country Living Museum in my constituency, which has been recently named the best large visitor attraction in the country by Visit England. The museum brings to life the Black Country's rich heritage through the reconstruction of shops, houses and industrial areas, telling the story of the revolutionary period of our history. We should also make time for a debate in government time in supporting and looking at world-class visitor attractions that contribute so much to our local economies and national.
Well, it's wonderful news that the Black Country Living Museum won this award. I think they've pulled a real Peaky Blinder in winning this, maybe, Mr Deputy Speaker. But she's absolutely right that these kind of visitor attractions are critical to bringing people into our communities and making sure that our high streets and town centres are thriving.
Martin Vickers.
Thank you, Sir Roger. Reference has already been made to Armed Forces Week, and I, like members across the House, will be taking part in events this coming weekend. In North East Lincolnshire, they are staging the major national event, and around 250,000 people will be descending on Cleethorpes this coming weekend to take part in the events. Unfortunately, due to a constituency engagement, I can't take part in this afternoon's debate, but I wanted to put on record my thanks to Alex Baxter and the Armed Forces team in North East Lincolnshire, and indeed all the volunteers across the country who put together the events that mark this occasion.
Well, join him in taking the opportunity to thank Alex Baxter and all of those in his constituency marking Armed Forces Week, and we join together, as we always do, in thanking all of those who have served and who are serving this country.
Alice MacDonald.
Thank you very much, Mr Deputy Speaker. New figures today from the Human Fertilisation and Embryology Authority show that the equivalent of one child in every UK classroom is born through IVF. Yet funding for IVF is a postcode lottery and there is not enough support in the workplace, as Fertility Matters at Work highlighted in Parliament yesterday. So can we have a debate in government time on this, and can the Leader of the House advise on how we can make it cross-government, because it's across departments that we need action?
Well, we recognise, the government recognises, we all recognise that the access to fertility treatment is very variable across the country. We are considering these issues as part of our broader plans for the NHS. I will ensure that she and the rest of the House are kept updated on them.
Shannon.
Sir, I wish to raise the urgent situation facing Christians in Syria, where a suicide attack at a Damascus church recently claimed the lives of at least 20 people, injured many more. The brutal assault is a devastating reminder of the threats that Christians and other religious communities continue to face in Syria amid years of conflict and displacement. So will the Leader of the House ensure that the Foreign Office will give to the House assessment of this attack, the wider security situation for religious minorities in Syria, and what steps can the Foreign Secretary take with international partners to support those vulnerable communities, ensure humanitarian access and hold the perpetrators of these atrocities to account?
Well, once again, the Honourable Gentleman raises a very serious issue. We strongly condemn the horrific terrorist attack in Damascus, and we continue to monitor the situation closely. We do note on this occasion that the Syrian government's response was swift and robust, but we will, of course, keep monitoring it.
Danny Beales.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker. This week is also Small Charities Week, a chance to celebrate the work of small charities in all of our constituencies. I've had the privilege of meeting many such organisations, whether Hillingdon Home Start, Women's Centre or Trinity Homelessness Project. Despite their important work, the NCVO found only 3% of charities are confident about their long-term financial future. So I'd like to ask the Leader of the House to make time for debate, to celebrate Small Charities Week and to talk about how we continue to support their work.
Well, join him in congratulating all of those small charities in his constituency, and we recognise that the last few years have not been the easiest for charities. We are taking a number of steps, including the charitable tax reliefs and exemptions and keeping those going, but also by ensuring that local government, on which many charities rely, have a long-term secure funding that they can support charities.
David Pinto-Duchinsky.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker. Under the last government, fly tipping skyrocketed while prosecutions for it fell. Places like Burnt Oak, Colindale and West Hendon in my constituency paid the price. It's fantastic to see this Labour government taking action where they failed, bringing in stiffer penalties and giving the police powers to seize and crush vans. Will the Leader of the House agree to a debate in government time on how we can use these powers to consign fly tipping to the dustbin for good? And would she join me in Hendon in crushing a van?
Well, absolutely, he's so right. Fly tipping, littering and the use of some of these vehicles is an absolute blight for many of our communities, and that's why I'm really proud that this government is finally taking action, giving councils and police the powers that they need to seize and crush many of these vehicles. And he will know that I recently took part in a vehicle crushing exercise with my local police, and I can recommend it to others.
Patricia Vokes.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker. One of my constituents in Glasgow West applied to have his case against his pension provider considered by the Ombudsman. Because of the delay in receiving a determination, the constituent contacted me. I in turn wrote to the Ombudsman, who advised that my constituent was in the correct place in the queue and would be allocated to an adjudicator in September 2025. My constituent made his original application in May 2020. I'm sure the Leader of the House would agree with me that that timescale is not acceptable, and I wonder if time could be given for a debate that would allow us to shine a light on why such inefficiency and poor response to constituents is happening.
Well, I'm really sorry to hear about this case. She's absolutely right. 5 years is unacceptably slow. I have, in business questions, had raised with me before the performance of the Pensions Ombudsman. I'm happy to take this up directly for her, but she's absolutely right that these sorts of delays are just not acceptable.
Josh Dean.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker. Last week I met with Katie from the Blues Preschool Nursery at the Bishop Stortford Carnival. They are taking part in Small Charity Week this week with donations matched by partners, and any donations for the nursery will be used to upgrade their outdoor area and ensure it can be used in all weathers by the children. So will the Leader of the House join me in wishing them well as they raise funds and encouraging our residents to visit their donation page?
We'll absolutely join him in hoping that they get the fundraising that they need in his constituency to support the nursery with all it's worth.
Jessica Toll.
Last Saturday I launched the first Bournemouth Town Centre Citizens Panel. This brings together 50 local residents with the council to co-create an action plan for our town. Will the Leader of the House join me in thanking the more than 250 people that applied and for the energy and ideas that participants are bringing to restoring pride in our town? And will she consider making time to debate how we can support more meaningful engagement in the future of our town centres and high streets?
Well, this sounds like a fantastic initiative in Bournemouth, a citizens panel bringing people together to revitalise this great town that she represents.
Chris MacDonald.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker. My border terrier, Jack, always receives a very warm welcome in Stockton North, but too many pet owners are choosing to have their animals put down out of fear of sky-high vet bills. I received a positive response from the Minister on the 8th of May in my request to review the Veterinary Surgeons Act. Can we have some government time to debate the recommendations of the Competition and Markets Authority? Because just like Jack, I'm not letting this go.
Well, he sounds like a dog with a bone there, Chair. But absolutely, he raises a really important issue, which I know gets raised with many of us by our constituents, and I will ensure that the Minister updates him and, if necessary, updates the whole House.
Emma Foodie.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker. This government has secured record investment in the NHS, which for local people across my constituency means more appointments, earlier diagnosis and the ability to deliver efficient, high-quality care. After years of underinvestment and increasing waiting times, can we have a debate on how these are the first steps to restoring a health service which is fit for the future and there for people in my constituency when they need it?
Well, she's absolutely right. This government has taken swift action to bring down waiting lists. They're down by almost 200,000 in a year, and 100,000 more patients have been treated in that time. That's why we put in the extra money to the NHS, because it's absolutely critical to our economy and to the health of everybody in this country that we get those waiting lists down.
Final questions, David Willing.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. On a recent visit to Greenways Primary Academy in Stockton Brook, pupils were busy decorating plates kindly donated by the brilliant Steelites, showing off their artistic flair, for which our creative city of Stoke-on-Trent is known. I learned during my visit that over 70 children are now attending the brilliant Breakfast Club at the school, an initiative made possible by this Labour government. Would the Leader of the House agree with me it's important that kids have hungry minds ready to learn rather than hungry bellies?
Absolutely. We are really proud of the free breakfast clubs that we're introducing. We're also really proud that we are extending free school meals to all those on universal credit, because it's absolutely critical to every child's learning that they are not going hungry.
Right, we're going to come to the Prime Minister's statement. I'm just going to let the front benches change over. Before I call the Prime Minister to make his statement, I note it will cover two separate substantial subjects: the G7 summit in Canada 10 days ago and the NATO summit in The Hague this week. For that reason, I will allow a degree of latitude and unusually allow honourable members who wish to ask both subjects to do so. But I can urge colleagues to keep their questions brief for the benefit of those who are still waiting to be called. I now call the Prime Minister. Keir Starmer.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. This Labour government is focused on delivering security for the British people. National security, economic security and social security. On social security, I recognise there is a consensus across the House on the urgent need for reform of our welfare system, because the British people deserve protection and dignity when they're unable to work, and support into work when they can. At the moment, they are failed every single day by the broken system created by the Conservatives, which achieves neither. I know colleagues across the House are eager to start fixing that, and so am I, and that all colleagues want to get this right, and so do I. We want to see reform implemented with Labour values of fairness. That conversation will continue in the coming days so we can begin making change together on Tuesday. Mr. Speaker, I'll update the House on the G7 and NATO summits, where the Middle East was at the forefront of our minds. Mr. Speaker, for decades it has been the stated policy of the UK and our allies that Iran must never obtain a nuclear weapon. No one who cares about the security of our country or the future of the Middle East could live with that eventuality. For decades we have worked to prevent it, and on Saturday night the US took a big step towards resolving that threat. Mr. Speaker, there is now a window for peace. We urge Iran and Israel to honour the ceasefire and seize this opportunity to stabilise the region. That is our priority, to get Iran back around the negotiating table with the US. Ultimately, this is how we will ensure a complete, verifiable and irreversible end to Iran's nuclear programme. We're using every diplomatic lever to support this effort, because further instability would pose grave risks to the region and beyond, taking us even further away from freeing the hostages, easing the intolerable suffering of the Palestinians. There is also an opportunity now to push for a ceasefire in Gaza, and we must seize it. Mr. Speaker, I've been discussing this with other leaders, and we will keep pushing to put the region on a better path. Mr. Speaker, I've also spoken to the Emir of Qatar to express our solidarity after Iran's unacceptable attack on the Al Udeid airbase. We took the necessary action to protect British military personnel ahead of that attack, and we will continue to support all our citizens in the region. Mr. Speaker, this crisis has punctured once again the mistaken idea that domestic and foreign policy concerns are separate, that action in one area is at the expense of the other. The truth is, now more than ever, that international problems rebound on us at home, impacting our security and our economy. Our national security strategy is clear. In this era of radical uncertainty, faced with growing conflicts, state threats, illegal migration, organised crime and terrorism, the only way to respond to these issues is by being strong both at home and on the world stage, by pursuing a foreign policy that answers directly to the concerns of working people. And that is the approach I took to NATO and to the G7. Mr. Speaker, NATO is the most successful military alliance the world has ever known, the cornerstone of our defence for over 75 years. But our duty is not merely to reflect on that success. We must equip the alliance for the future. I've long argued that this is the moment for Europe to make a fundamental shift in posture. That's what the UK has done, delivering the biggest sustained increase in defence spending since the Cold War, and setting out a landmark shift in our defence and deterrence in the Strategic Defence Review. Yesterday, NATO allies stepped up as well to meet this moment and create an alliance which is stronger, fairer and more lethal than ever. Together we signed a new defence investment pledge of 5% of GDP by 2035, including, for the first time, wider issues of homeland security and national resilience, like protecting our cybersecurity and our energy networks. This is in lockstep with our national security strategy, and we're already investing in these areas. So under NATO's new definitions, we estimate that we will reach at least 4.1% of GDP in 2027, on the way to 5% by 2035. Allies also agreed to review both the balance and the trajectory of these requirements in 2029 to coincide with the scheduled review of NATO's capability requirements, ensuring we keep pace with threats and technologies as they evolve. Mr. Speaker, with this historic commitment, we are continuing our proud tradition of leading in NATO, picking up the torch from Attlee and Bevin, and now, following their lead, we will seize the opportunity created by this moment to align our national security objectives and plans for economic growth, in a way not seen since the 1940s, renewing industrial communities, the length and breadth of our country, boosting defence production and innovation. Our investment in Britain's nuclear deterrent alone will support 30,000 high-skilled jobs. And, Mr. Speaker, I want to speak directly about our deterrent capability. It has kept this country safe for decades. But we recognise the grim reality today that the nuclear threat is growing. So we are renewing our existing at-sea capability, and we are going still further. I can tell the House today that we will procure at least 12 F-35A fast jets, and we will make them available to bear nuclear weapons if necessary. Mr. Speaker, this marks the return of the Royal Air Force to nuclear deterrence for the first time in 3 decades, the biggest strengthening of our deterrence posture in a generation, keeping our country safe while also supporting 20,000 jobs. The NATO summit sent a message of intent that will be heard around the world. But, Mr. Speaker, this must be joined by renewed support for Ukraine. Because if we let Putin succeed there, the deterrent effect on NATO's new plans would be fatally compromised. So I told President Zelensky at Downing Street on Monday that we will harden our resolve. We struck an agreement together to share battlefield technology, accelerating our support for Ukraine's defence, while boosting British security and British jobs. We committed to providing hundreds more air defence missiles, paid for not by the British taxpayer, but with money from Russia's frozen assets. And together with Europe, Canada and our Indo-Pacific partners, we announced that we will deliver €40 billion of military aid to Ukraine this year, matching last year's pledge in full. There is a path to a just and lasting peace, but it will only come through flipping the pressure onto Putin. His position is weaker than he claims. So I urged all our partners, including the US, to step up the pressure now with more sanctions and more military support to bring Russia to the table to agree an unconditional ceasefire leading to serious negotiations. Let me turn to the G7 summit, where again my priority was to deliver in the national interest. And again I can report some significant progress. Leaders agreed to take decisive action on illegal migration, following the UK's lead in using hard-headed measures like sanctions. We marked an export contract with Canada worth over £500 million, creating jobs here at home. We secured Canada's agreement to ratify Britain's entry to the CPTPP, a trading bloc worth $12 trillion. And we secured President Trump's signature to fully implement our trade deal, which will slash tariffs on British goods. His executive order, Mr. Speaker, will remove aerospace tariffs completely, cut tariffs on cars from 27.5% that British car makers face now to 10% in a matter of days, saving thousands of jobs in the West Midlands and around the country. Mr. Speaker, I've been to Jaguar Land Rover many times now. I've looked those workers in the eye, and I know what this means to them, to their families, and to their whole communities. And that is who I'm representing at summits like this, the working people of Britain. Mr. Speaker, navigating this world requires cool heads. It defies simplistic answers and knee-jerk judgments. We don't pretend we can fix every global problem. but we can carve a unique path through these dangerous times to secure and renew Britain in an era of global instability. That's what our plan for change is all about, putting Britain's national interest first. After years of economic chaos, we've delivered economic stability for the British people. After years of our armed forces being hollowed out, we're building up our military, firing up our industries, leading in Nato, supporting Ukraine, keeping Britain safe. After years of fraying alliances, we're rebuilding them and shaping them to serve the British people, focused every ounce of our global influence to deliver for working people, to deliver it in the national interest. And I commend this statement to the House.
Leader of the Opposition, Kemi Bednall.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank the Prime Minister for advance sight of his statement. He has evaded Prime Minister's questions for 2 weeks, only to come back here to tell us what we already heard on the news. This is a weak statement from a weak Prime Minister, which can be characterised in 2 words: noises off. In his statement, the Prime Minister said, "We urge Iran and Israel to honour the ceasefire." He said, "We are using every diplomatic lever to support this effort." What diplomatic levers? Are they the same levers he's using with his backbench rebels? Is he just asking them to please play nice? Let's be honest, Mr. Speaker. Nobody cares what this Prime Minister thinks, and why should they, when he doesn't even know what he thinks, and clearly no one cares what he thinks because he was not involved. We used to be a strategic player on the global stage, Mr. Speaker, advancing Britain's interests with confidence.
Order, order. You may not wish to hear the Leader of the Opposition. I do. Can I just say, it doesn't do anybody good in this chamber to try and shout somebody down who's speaking. Thank
you, Mr. Speaker. They can shout as much as they like, but we all know the truth. We used to be a strategic player on the global stage, advancing Britain's interests with confidence, and now we are on the sidelines. Over the last few weeks, historic events unfolded in the Middle East, and at every stage, Britain has been out of step with the US and out of the loop with Israel. Last week, the Prime Minister came back from the G7, insisting that there was nothing that President Trump said that would indicate he was about to get involved in this conflict. Days later, the US launched its attack on Iran's nuclear facilities. He had no idea what was going on. The week before, Israel launched an attack on Iran, and it became apparent that the UK was not even informed about the attack in advance, despite us having been involved in previous preventative action. How is this standing up on the world stage? On Tuesday, the Foreign Secretary, a lawyer, repeatedly could not say whether the US strikes against Iran's nuclear facilities were legal. This is a government that doesn't know what it's doing. Let me make the Conservative position clear, Mr. Speaker. Iran has been a direct threat to the UK for years, plotting terrorism on British soil. It must not get nuclear weapons. And this is a time for Europe to step up, and the UK should be leading. Instead, we have an Attorney General using international law to constrain and restrict the UK while the Prime Minister hovers indecisively on the sidelines. What we need is a leader. Instead, we have 3 lawyers. Last week, I wrote to the Prime Minister about how this conflict has underscored the folly of the government's £30 billion Chagos surrender deal. The Diego Garcia base is of obvious strategic importance for conflicts in the Middle East. They're shaking their heads. They don't understand. It is obvious. It was used extensively. Diego Garcia was used extensively during the war in Afghanistan, including by the United States. And at Prime Minister's questions, the Prime Minister said that this Chagos surrender had been opposed by our adversaries, Russia, China and Iran. Since then, it has been widely reported that China have offered massive congratulations on the deal and conveyed that it fully supports Mauritius. So can the Prime Minister now admit that he was incorrect to state on the floor of this House that China opposes the Chagos deal? And can he confirm if he still views China as an adversary? Under the terms of his deal, if the US were to launch an attack from the military base on Diego Garcia, we would have to inform the Chinese allied Mauritius government. Will he abandon the deeply flawed surrender deal? Because if not, when will he introduce the legislation setting out the details of the Chagos surrender so Parliament can consider and debate it? We welcome the announcement that the UK will be buying F-35A fighter jets, and I'm pleased that the Labour Party has now moved on from its previous position where it did not support NATO and advocated against the nuclear deterrent. They pretend that it never happened. We have the receipts. Conservatives are proud of exceeding the NATO baseline of 2% of GDP on defence, and we led NATO in getting there. But the government's aspiration to get spending on national security to 5% is just hope. The reality is Labour does not have a plan to get to 3%. It is all smoke and mirrors. And we do not know what the government will spend this extra 1.5% component on. So can the Prime Minister confirm whether this is money that we are already spending or whether there will be any new money? Because so long as this plan remains unfunded, these are just words. Instead of using smoke and mirrors to inflate defence spending, Labour should heed our call to hit 3% by the end of this Parliament with a fully funded plan to get there. You look at the money they claim they're going to save with their welfare bill. $5 billion is nowhere near the tens, if not hundreds of billions that we're going to need to find to meet this defence spending target. And this is the problem, Mr. Speaker. It is one thing to talk about spending money on planes and infrastructure, making announcements about reviews, but it is another to be clear where the money comes from and how it will be spent efficiently to secure the defence of our nation. They can mutter all they like. We all know that they are terrified of doing anything that is even remotely difficult. Mr. Speaker, it is crucial that there is a clear, united front in full support of Ukraine which secures peace on their terms. The stakes could not be higher. We need the government to be leveraging British influence in every way it can for Ukraine. So can he tell us whether he pushed for clearer language in the NATO communique about Russia being the aggressor in this conflict? And can he update us on the UK's current position on Ukraine's accession to NATO, given the absence of detail in this year's communique? We must ensure our leading role continues, but this requires strong leadership and an ability to influence. Mr. Speaker, in conclusion, the Prime Minister may have finally returned to this House after a fortnight away, but in truth, he is all at sea. Irrelevant on the world stage, impotent in the face of rising illegal immigration, and now with 126 of his own MPs all openly undermining his authority, his government is incapable of making even the smallest changes to bring down the cost of our ever-expanding welfare bill. There is no way they're going to be able to pay for our defence. This is a government that is paralysed by its own legal advice, paralysed by its rebellious backbenchers, and paralysed by the fear of being found out for having no real vision for this country.
Prime Minister. Can I say to those who were late in, please don't stand. Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, we live in more volatile times than many of us can remember, with conflicts in many parts of the world that are evolving in a very fast and dangerous way. There's never been a more important time to work with our allies and to be absolutely serious in our response. That response was unserious. Unserious. To suggest at a time like this that the Prime Minister attending the G7 summit and the NATO summit is avoiding PMQs is unserious. What happened at NATO yesterday was historic. It was very important at a time like this that NATO showed unity and strength with a commitment to the future, not just to the past. That took a huge amount of work with our allies over the last few days and weeks. We have been centrally involved in that, crafting the final outcome, and we were recognised as having done so. I'm proud that we helped put that summit into the right place yesterday, and the world emerged safer as a result. And that was the unanimous view of 32 allies leaving NATO yesterday. For the leader of the opposition to belittle it just shows how irrelevant she and the party opposite are becoming. They used to once be serious about these issues. They used to be capable of cross-party consensus. And all of that is slipping away. We've led on Ukraine, 3 trade deals, and she talks about the prospect of US attack. She must have overlooked the fact that on Tuesday, when I returned from the G7, the first thing I did was go straight into a COBRA meeting to plan for all contingencies, including a possible US attack on Iran. And I'll tell her why I did that, although we did offer a Privy Council briefing, so she knows this. We have military personnel co-located in nearly all the bases across the Middle East. And therefore, I was extremely concerned to ensure that immediately on my return, I took every step to ensure I had the highest levels of assuredness that we had the preparations in place to keep our people and our assets safe, should the need arise. So far from being blindsided, we were planning through last week, we were talking to the Americans, we were put on notice about everything that they did. She simply doesn't understand the nature of the relationship at that level. In relation to Diego Garcia, let me disabuse her. We do not have to give Mauritius advance notice under the treaty. That is absolutely clear. And she talks about defence spend. We are the party that has increased defence spend to the highest level since the Cold War, 2.5%. They talked about it. We did it. Mr. Speaker, she says we don't know where the money is coming from. She was pressed on this in an interview not so long ago, and this was her quote. She said this, Mr. Speaker, we talked about getting to 3% by 2030, and we couldn't make the numbers work, she said. And then she goes on, we need to find a way to make the numbers work. I was intrigued by this interview. I thought she was about to lay it out. Then she goes, quote, this sort of thing requires real thinking. And then she said, let's start looking at what we can do. It's about setting up task forces. Mr. Speaker, that's how unserious they are. She asked about the Ukraine communique. As she will know if she'd actually studied this, the way that NATO works is an iterative process. And therefore, the position on Ukraine has not changed for NATO, and it's not changed under this government. On the contrary, we're recognised as leading on Ukraine, the closest ally of Ukraine, working with them the whole time. That is something I'm proud of. I think it's something the House is proud of, because we have been doing this on a cross-party basis across the House, and the sooner we get back to that, rather than the unserious response of the Leader of the Opposition, the better.
Chair of the Foreign Affairs Select Committee, Dame Emily Thornberry.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. In the year since the election of this Labour government, Britain is back as a force for good on the world stage. Yeah. Following the outbreak in the Middle East of conflict in the Middle East last week, I was proud to see the Prime Minister lead calls for calm, cool heads and de-escalation. Yeah. And in its aftermath, we must take seriously the renewed defence commitments that the Prime Minister has made at NATO. But we must also proudly wield the soft convening and convincing power that the UK has in spades. And that is soft power, which has historically been the key to successful diplomatic efforts in Iran, securing the JCPOA, and in the wider Middle East and around the world. Could the Prime Minister confirm what the Foreign Affairs Select Committee has learnt from our conversations with our European allies? It is quite clear that Britain is also quietly and effectively stepping up to lead the fight against Russian disinformation and cyber warfare, and the investment that we will be putting in it will be well spent.
Well, I thank her for her question. She's absolutely right. The need to de-escalate was the central focus into the weekend and out of the weekend, and I'm very pleased that we've reached a ceasefire in relation to the conflict in Iran, and we absolutely need that to hold. She's absolutely right about soft convening power of the United Kingdom. It is an incredible asset that we have, and yes, we are, and I can confirm for her, working with others in relation to Russian disinformation and cyber attacks, which, as the House knows, are a regular occurrence.
Leader of the Liberal Democrats, Sir Ed Davey.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and can I thank the Prime Minister for early sight of his statement. Can I say that Liberal Democrats agree that it would have been wrong to leave an empty chair in front of the Union Jack at the table for the G7 and NATO, and that it's astonishing, and I share his surprise, that it's now Conservative policy not to attend the G7 and NATO. Mr. Speaker, I'm glad the Prime Minister signalled retreat on his welfare plans and hope that he will now listen to everyone and not just his backbenchers. On the G7, despite the progress that he outlined, it remains extremely damaging to the world economy that the United States and Donald Trump continues their policy of protectionism. And I wondered if he could update the House, if he had discussions with other G7, indeed NATO colleagues, about how we could persuade President Trump to resign from protectionism. On NATO, the Prime Minister is right that Putin's imperial ambitions present a once-in-a-generation threat to our security. Last week, I travelled to Estonia to meet British troops and Estonian leaders, including Prime Minister Mikhail. Estonians have not forgotten the repression enforced by Russian tanks, nor the murder of 4 former Prime Ministers at the hands of the Kremlin. They are under no illusions about the threat posed by Putin, and we must not be either. Yeah. So I welcome his commitment to NATO's new spending target. In the face of Russia's war machine, the British Army remains an essential guarantor of our country's security and that of our allies. And meeting with our incredible troops stationed in Estonia, I was inspired by their skill and professionalism. We need to get more brilliant people like them into the military. So will the Prime Minister consider Liberal Democrat proposals to move more quickly to reverse the Conservatives' cuts to the army and back our new £10,000 bonus for recruits? It's vital we take such measures as Putin continues his barbarism in Ukraine. Mr. Speaker, our commitment to Ukraine's defence must be increased, not reduced. So in addition to the actions he outlined, can the Prime Minister confirm whether he has held more discussions with partners on not just using the interest from the Russian assets, but seizing the frozen Russian assets, so we can bolster our support for Ukraine and pay for a faster increase in defence spending? The Estonians believe they have a plan to deal with all the complications he mentions when I ask him questions about this. So is he prepared to meet me to discuss Estonian ideas to break the backlog so we can seize these assets? The Prime Minister also spoke about the conflicts and crises in the Middle East. He is right to push even harder for a ceasefire in Gaza. People around the world will question whether military action rather than diplomacy will actually make us safer in the future. So we must redouble our efforts for a just peace in the region, and that must include self-determination for the Palestinian people. Yeah. Will the government finally commit to recognising a state for the Palestinians?
Yeah. Can I thank him for his question? He started by asking whether I'd discussed with other G7 partners the question of the tariffs from the US. Yes, we did. We do frequently discuss trade and the economy and the challenges, frankly, that those tariffs put in place for all economies. And that is the sort of coordination and discussion that goes on all of the time and will continue to do so. On the troops in Estonia, I've visited those troops a number of times myself. They are incredibly brave. They have a real sense of purpose. And I can tell him that at NATO, it was the front-line states on the border with Russia that were leading the charge in relation to the work that we had to do yesterday to renew and take forward the pledges that we make. He asked about reversing the cuts to the army. We will begin the work reversing those cuts. When the party opposite came into government, there were 100,000 in our army. When they left, there were 70,000. I think that's what Ben Wallace meant when he said they'd hollowed out our armed forces. On the question of the assets, and whether they themselves can be seized rather than just using the interest, I have been discussing that with colleagues, as he would expect. It is complicated, as he knows, and there isn't one view, frankly, on this issue amongst colleagues and allies. I'm very happy to see the proposals that he's received from Estonia, I believe, or any others, but it remains complicated. And I have to say, allies are in different places on this, but we will continue to discuss it. On a ceasefire in Gaza and recognition, I think it's very important, we have been pressing the case, particularly in recent days quite urgently and in close collaboration with our colleagues, the E3, Germany, France and the UK, working very closely together at the moment to say this is the moment to press on from Iran to a ceasefire in Gaza. And I mean that that should happen in days. Not weeks or months. I do think there's a window of opportunity here. I hope that it happens. I can't predict that it will. But I do think that all of us should do all we can to ensure that, along with the ceasefire in Iran, we push to that ceasefire in Gaza. And on the question of recognition, it's long been our party's policy, this government's policy, to recognise Palestine at the right time in the process to bring about the peace. Because I think without a two-state solution, there is little prospect of lasting peace in the region. That remains our policy. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Last week, as part of the Armed Forces Parliamentary Scheme, I visited NATO's headquarters in the UK, where I met fantastic young men and women learning great skills as they prepare to defend Britain abroad. But for my constituents in Newcastle Central and West, they may well ask why, when we see cuts, for example, as proposed in the welfare bill, of such great amount, why defence spending is rising. For the benefit of my constituents, could he simply and briefly set that out?
Firstly, can I congratulate her on her elevation? I haven't seen her personally since then. Very well deserved. But she raised a really important point. It is right that we recognise that the first duty of the Prime Minister is to keep the country safe and secure in a volatile world. And that is a duty that I take extremely seriously. We do live in a volatile world. And it's not just something which happens overseas and has no impact on us, because what has happened in the Ukraine conflict has already had an impact on her constituents in relation to their energy bills, in relation to the cost of living and so much else. And we can see from the last week or two the impact that the conflict in Iran was having on oil prices again, which have a direct impact on her constituents. So it is absolutely right and in our own interests that we take the necessary measures in relation to defence spend. I should also say that we're determined to ensure that as we spend more on defence, that is reflected in good, well-paid jobs in the United Kingdom, including in her constituency, on all three fronts. That is the answer I give to her constituents.
The Iranian regime has long presented a threat to the United Kingdom. As the Prime Minister and I have both experienced, our security services have foiled almost 20 Iranian-backed plots here at home. The prospect of a regime like this having nuclear weapons is unacceptable, and so I welcome the US and Israeli action. Does the Prime Minister agree with me that we and our European allies should now trigger snapback sanctions unless Tehran admits the IAEA and allows them to fully verify that all efforts to enrich enhanced uranium have ceased?
Absolutely. I thank him for his question and endorse what he says about our security services, which, as he knows very, very well, do an incredible job in the most difficult of circumstances at great speed and have foiled a number of plots which would have caused widespread panic, violence and destruction. On snapback, thank him for raising this. That is a consideration that we are discussing with our allies. I do think that it has to be part of the pressure that we apply. Exactly when and how snapback is applied will obviously be a question of discussion, but he's absolutely right to say that is the very discussion we should be having at the moment. I thank him.
Mr. Speaker, I welcome my honourable friend's statement and his commitment to increase defence expenditure, but given that we are looking to improve public services, health service, social care, education, police, is it realistic to do that within the current tax envelope? And hasn't the time come for us to review how we tax wealth as opposed to work, and to make sure that those people who can bear the heaviest load?
Well, I thank him for his question. On the question of defence spend, when we set out the commitment to 2.5 by 2027-28, I set out at the same time how we would fund it, and we will continue to take the approach to any spending commitment that we make. He will know that we made a commitment in our manifesto in relation to not raising taxes on working people, and we will keep to that commitment.
James Clever.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I welcome the element of the Prime Minister's statement where he explicitly links defence, diplomacy and domestic security, and he is absolutely right to highlight that interconnection. Therefore, will he revisit the spending review which sees 4.5% and 5% real terms reductions in Home Office and FCDO budgets to make sure they can actually do their jobs within that interconnected system? And in order to pay for that, will he ensure his Chancellor removes the job-destroying taxes on employment, reduces the tax burden which is seeing entrepreneurs and wealth creators leave the country in their droves? And will he show real leadership and ensure his backbenchers do not prevent his front bench from reducing the cost of our welfare bill so we can pay for these incredibly important governmental functions?
Well, I thank him. On the question of the Home Office responsibility in relation to domestic security, he's absolutely right, and that's why it's important under the new definition of NATO that resilience at home is now included, because cyber attacks are commonplace. Attacks on energy has been weaponised, and there are many counter-terrorism operations that have to be carried out in relation to state threats. We were very careful in the spending review to make sure there was adequate money on all of those threats, and I went through that myself, so I can give him that assurance. In relation to the money coming in and out of the country, he'll no doubt want to celebrate. We've had record investment under this Labour government in the last 12 months, £120 billion, including the single biggest, which was £40 billion 2 days ago from Amazon, the single biggest investment, a sign of confidence in this government, being measured in many jobs across the country.
Well, Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Rochdale has been a proud home for Ukrainians ever since they were forced to flee Soviet starvation, murder and oppression in the 1930s and 40s. And so many in my constituency will warmly welcome the decision to send 350 advanced air missiles to Ukraine, built in Britain and paid for by the interest on those seized Russian assets. So does he agree that Russia, not Ukraine, should pay the price for Putin's barbaric war?
Yes, I do, and I think it's very important that we emphasise when we do send these missiles to Ukraine that, one, we are supporting Ukraine as we have done throughout, but secondly, that is not paid for by the British taxpayer, but is paid for on the interest of Russian assets that have been frozen.
Helen Maguire.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Does the Prime Minister agree with me that in the context of the threat posed by Putin, we must be providing more guidance and support to Britons to prepare them for the possibility of a future conflict, and that this should involve a national resilience campaign?
Well, I do think we need to focus on resilience, and in a sense, the shift to 5% is a reflection that national resilience is becoming ever more central in relation to our own national defence, particularly on cyber, where there are frequent attacks from other states. On energy, we've seen from the Ukraine conflict that energy has been weaponised, and in relation to counter-terrorism with state-backed actions in this country, many of which have been thwarted. But she's absolutely right, we need to do more on resilience.
Dr. Zuba Ahmed.
Speaker, while the Prime Minister was in his rightful place at the NATO summit this week, I was in my constituency of Glasgow South West for the opening of the Janet Harvey Hall, a £250 million installation that will turbocharge shipbuilding in this country and put it in the service of our defence sector. The Prime Minister knows government shipbuilding very well. We on this side of the House recognise that the defence of our country is now inextricably linked with the growth of our economy and investment in our public services. But this view is not universally shared. So can I ask the Prime Minister to urge the SNP government to back our defence sector as we back our defence sector for the sake of jobs and prosperity in Glasgow South West and further beyond?
Well, I do urge the SNP to back our defence spend and the jobs that it brings with it, but also our defence stance, because I think, as I understand their position, it's against the single most effective capability we have, which is our nuclear deterrent at a time of the greatest volatility we've seen for decades. That is simply wrong in principle, and I urge them to change it.
Harriet Baldwin.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. And at the NATO summit, was the Prime Minister able to add his voice to the congratulations and thanks that NATO Secretary-General paid to President Trump for the successful military strike on Iran's nuclear programme?
We've long argued that Iran should not be capable of having a nuclear weapon, and what happened on Saturday night was a big step to alleviating that threat. that was the subject of many comments at the NATO summit, along with the congratulations for the ceasefire that has now been brokered, and the emphasis we now need on getting Iran around the negotiating table, for the reason being this: if it's to be irreversible and verifiable, then it is important that that is done through negotiation, and that's what we focused on.
Mark Ferguson.
Mr. Speaker, I welcome the Prime Minister's statement, especially on defence. Politics is about priorities, and I know he knows, the most important responsibility of government is defence of the country and defence of its people. So I echo the very sensible points made by the Right Honourable Member for Richmond and Northallerton, sadly, which weren't made by the opposition from bench, particularly his point around our intelligence services. Our intelligence services are the finest in the world. There are those who we will never know and we will never see, who have kept this place safe, our democracy safe, and our communities safe. So will he assure me that as we seek to invest more in defence, there is a particular focus on supporting our intelligence services?
Well, he makes a good point. Our intelligence service do an incredible job, and I pay tribute to them. As he will know, from now on, where the intelligence services are contributing to our national defence, that will be included in our defence spend. Not included in 2.5%, that was core defence as always understood, but then to be added to it, which takes it to 2.6% in 2027-2028.
Stephen Flynn.
Mr. Speaker, it won't have escaped anyone's notice that whilst the Prime Minister was rightfully away at the G7 and NATO summits, he made tens of billions of pounds of unfunded spending commitments. Yet next week he expects members of Parliament to vote with him to remove money from disabled people who need help to go to the toilet. How can he justify making a moral argument for security abroad whilst removing security from disabled people at home?
Well, as he will know, when we announced the 2.5% increase in defence spending, we made it very clear where that money was coming from, and it was not coming from welfare spend, as he very well knows. But I believe in the moral duty, and it is a moral duty, to defend our country. That means working with our NATO allies and making sure we have the most effective deterrent. He cannot give lectures on the moral duty to protect our country whilst maintaining a position of casting aside the single most effective deterrent that we have. That is unserious.
Sir Nunton.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I currently visited a NATO Air Force base in Poland as part of the Armed Forces Parliamentary Scheme that I'm currently partaking in with the RAF. I saw firsthand the importance of working closely with our NATO allies to defend our nation and keep us secure, as we witnessed firsthand the scramble to the skies to ward off Russian fighter jets. Can the Prime Minister confirm that he is prioritising the well-being of our armed forces personnel, both at home and abroad, so that they can continue to keep us and our allies safe?
Well, I thank her for that. It is, of course, Armed Forces Week, and amongst other things, we have given the Armed Forces the single biggest pay increase in many, many years, and made a strong commitment to other aspects, including their accommodation, because it's important that we recognise and reflect what they do for our country, and it's very important we ensure that we have and are able to retain the brilliance in our armed forces.
Sir Bernard.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Can I very much welcome NATO's commitment to 3.5% core defence spending and 5% on a broader definition by 2035 for all NATO member states. But the Prime Minister and the government have only published spending figures up until 2030. Isn't it now incumbent upon the government, and when will the government now publish public spending plans for 2030 to 2035 to show how the 3.5% of core defence spending is going to be met by the government? Otherwise it's just an unfunded promise.
Well, as you will know, when we presented the Strategic Defence Review, we had already set out the path to 2.5 and the ambition to 3%. I think it's right that NATO is now, or all NATO allies have agreed the 5% for 2035. That is, of course, subject to review in 2029, both as trajectory and balance. And the reason for that, as he will understand, is that NATO itself is reviewing its capabilities in 2029, and therefore that review will coincide with that review of its own capabilities.
Rachel Buss.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Diplomacy is the best way to prevent risk, to de-escalate risk, and also to ensure that we get long-term security. So could the Prime Minister tell the House what discussions took place about how to escalate the focus on diplomacy in the Middle East to resolve the situation in Gaza, because clearly the architecture is not delivering at pace, but also the forgotten war in Sudan?
Well, I thank you for a question, and can I reassure you that not just at NATO and the G7, but actually on a daily basis we are having discussions with other leaders about the architecture, about the path, about how we can use diplomacy to get to a ceasefire in Gaza and to get to a much better place in Sudan, and thank her for raising Sudan, not raised often enough. We're doing that at speed. We're trying to bring as many allies with us as possible. I do think that if the Iran ceasefire holds, and I hope that it will, that does create the space for saying now is the time for that ceasefire in Gaza. Only the first step, of course, to the route first to recovery and then to a two-state solution.
Sir Julian.
After a worrying start, President Trump has now strengthened NATO both by extracting promises of more money and by the positive comments he made at the end of the summit. Has the Prime Minister had a chance to assess whether this means that his love affair with Vladimir Putin is beginning to cool?
Well, look, firstly, I think it was really important that NATO was united in the way it was last night. And I don't just mean the comments of President Trump. I mean that the whole 32 on the same page on a really important moment for NATO. And he will understand how much hard work, guile and diplomacy went into ensuring that that was the outcome. But I think it was a real sigh of relief around the world that that was the position. In relation to Putin, look, we are urging that this is the moment to push further to get Putin to the table for an unconditional ceasefire. President Zelensky said for many weeks that he's prepared for those talks, and we did discuss that as allies, and I've discussed it many times with President Trump, as he would expect.
Alan Gunn.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Would the Prime Minister care to comment on what our adversaries will think when they hear the Leader of the Opposition mistakenly say we can't afford our defence commitments? Does such a fatuous response keep our country safe?
No, it doesn't. It was frankly embarrassing to suggest I shouldn't have been at NATO or the G7. And I think our backbenchers recognise it. That's not the position traditionally of the Conservative Party. The sooner they get back to that position, the better.
Sir Desmond Swain.
Was there any discussion about the killing zones which currently constitute the provision of humanitarian aid in Gaza?
Yes, there was, and there's real concern about the intolerable position in Gaza and what we can do to alleviate that position. We have repeatedly said that it's intolerable, repeatedly said that the current arrangement for aid are never going to work and can't be maintained. And there is urgent diplomacy going on to try and alleviate that situation. We'll continue in those efforts.
Just After.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I strongly welcome the Prime Minister's announcement on defence spending, especially during Armed Forces Week. Does he agree with me that this is a landmark historic commitment reflecting both the scale of the threats we face and this Labour government's commitment to the security and defence of our country?
Well, I do agree with them. It is landmark. It's very important. It shows the resolve of NATO and it reflects the resolve of this Labour government. I'm pleased that we were closely involved in the crafting and the bringing together of the agreement that was reached yesterday.
Ayab Khan.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The democratic primaries in the most cosmopolitan city in the world has demonstrated that people will no longer support hypocritical and disingenuous politicians. I'm sure the whole House agrees that Iran must not have nuclear weapons.
But the Prime Minister, as a lawyer, will understand, I'm sure, that the attack upon Iran by Israel and the US did not engage the Caroline principles, which allow a preemptive strike. Does the Prime Minister agree with that analysis? And if he does not, can he say from that dispatch box that he supported those attacks?
Well, Mr. Speaker, if we all agree that Iran shouldn't have nuclear weapons, it's about time we did something about it. And what happened on Saturday night was a big step towards alleviating that threat, and that is really important. I think we now need to complete on that, and the way to complete on that is with the talks that are now needed to get Iran back to the table to make sure that it's irreversible and that it can be verified, and that's what we're focused on.
Kelvin Bailey.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I welcome the Prime Minister's leadership in recognising the need for a strategic response. It's been 35 years since the Options for Change paper began the drawdown of defence spending from 4.1% GDP. We have spent that dividend, gambling we would not need to defend our values, and a generation has benefited from that bet. But we now must take our chips off the table and reinvest in our security. Does the Prime Minister agree with me that we must level with the public about the threats we faced and the cost of underinvestment in our armed forces?
Yes, I do agree, and that's why we've begun the hard work of reversing the damage done under the last government. He's right about the dividend that's been enjoyed. Now we must make sure there's a defence dividend, and that is, as we spend more, that is reflected in good, well-paid jobs in the United Kingdom that boost our economy across all parts of our communities.
Good job.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The former Prime Minister has just welcomed the US military action against Iran at the weekend. Why can't the Prime Minister bring himself to welcome it too?
Well, because I've said we need to alleviate the threat. I've said that taking a huge step towards alleviating the threat. And I've discussed that with G7, with NATO colleagues, and I've discussed it with President Trump. And everybody was very pleased that there was such unity on it.
Joanna Baxter.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The forced deportation of children is illegal under international law, and yet Russia continued to steal Ukraine's future one child at a time. So can I please ask the Prime Minister if the issue of Ukraine's stolen children was discussed with our allies, and what more is being done to return those children to their homes and their families?
Well, I thank her for raising this, and she's been a hard campaigner, an important campaigner on this. And it is central that if there's to be a ceasefire and a lasting peace in Ukraine, and I hope there is, that it must involve the return of the children. And we have discussed that many times and will continue to do so.
Mr. Speaker, since the Second World War, our national security has been based broadly on three pillars. Our own physical defences, which the Prime Minister mentioned in his statement, the alliances we've built, which he also mentioned, but the third pillar he did not, and that is the international rules-based order. So what discussion did he have at both or either summit about the importance of international law, the undermining of its credibility by inconsistent application between the conflicts in Ukraine and in Gaza, and in particular, did he try and persuade President Trump to lift the United States sanctions on the International Criminal Court?
I've long been an advocate of the international rules-based order and discussed that regularly with allies, because NATO itself is a rules-based framework and an important one at that. And therefore we do need to maintain those rules-based systems, make sure they're fit for purpose. And I would add that the same is true for trade and the economy as well.
Nozzle Cullis.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. As a member of the cross-party UK delegation to the NATO Parliamentary Assembly, I've had the opportunity to meet Ukrainian members of Parliament who continue to make the powerful case for NATO allies continuing to support them. It's also become clear, Mr. Speaker, that in recent months, increasingly other countries in the region, Poland, the Baltic states, Estonia, Lithuania, Latvia, are growing ever nervous about their vulnerability in terms of Russia's invasion. Can the Prime Minister comment on the UK's efforts and dialogue with those countries during this period, this unsettling time? And does he agree with me that the security of those Baltic states are important for our own national security?
Well, I thank her for raising this, and she's absolutely right. The Baltic states are incredibly nervous at the moment. They have been, frankly, for the last 3 years or so. We engage with them regularly. I engage with their leaders on a regular basis. They've been brought into the coalition of the willing, Mr. Speaker, and on the occasions they can't attend, I have a special session with them because their concerns are of such importance to us.
Tom Gordon.
Mr. Speaker, I welcome the increase to defence spending and the revised target. Earlier this year at the Spring Statement, we saw cuts to the ODA, the Overseas Aid budget, to fund those defence increases. The ODA budget is integral to our international security abroad. So will the Prime Minister rule out any further cuts to this budget as part of the defence spending increases?
Well, look, he's absolutely right to emphasise the importance of overseas aid, and that was a difficult decision. I want to put it back up to 0.7 rather than take it down. And in the meantime, I'm exploring other ways in which we can find funding for overseas aid and working with other countries to that end, because I don't think we can just wait until we're in a position to increase the funding again.
Steen.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I welcome the Prime Minister's statement today and the leadership that he is showing on the world stage in really uncertain times, which, beyond the confines of this place, I know are genuinely welcome in my community in Hertford and Stortford. As we mark Armed Forces Week this week, I know veterans in my constituency and servicemen from my constituency will welcome the government's commitment to strengthening our national security. So for the benefit of my constituents, could the Prime Minister set out a little further how we're supporting our armed forces to keep us safe and honouring the service of veterans across the country?
Well, let me first pay tribute to the veterans in his constituency and across the country. We have put in place a number of initiatives already, particularly in relation to homelessness and veterans, more broadly in relation to accommodation and the support that goes in just to veterans, but also our armed services. That's vitally important as a reflection of their contribution, but also to ensure that for those serving, we deal with the retention crisis caused by the party opposite.
Mark Rutte.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Whilst we may disagree on the detail, can I agree with the Prime Minister that as far as possible in this place, it would be better to keep partisan politics out of national security issues? And who knows, I may get the whip withdrawn for saying that, but so be it. There are things that go beyond party politics. So can I thank the Prime Minister for all his hard work in the national security interests of this country. When it comes to the G7, he mentioned sanctions, and he, in his statement, said, I urge the United States to do more on sanctions. Is he aware that the United States is actually urging the United Kingdom to do more on sanctions when it comes to Russia? So can the Magnitsky legislation be widened and deepened so it captures more of Russian assets and also possibly other countries that may have sanctions imposed upon them soon, for example, Georgia? On NATO, Joint Expeditionary Force, which was mentioned in the summit, he will know, having attended the Norway meeting some weeks ago, that the Ukraine is a JEF partnership nation. Could he tell the House if the UK supports Ukraine becoming a full member of the Joint Expeditionary Force, and if so, when that might happen?
Well, I thank him for his questions, but they're all good questions, so I'll endeavour to answer each part of them. In relation to sanctions, which is being discussed intensely, as he will understand, there are two elements to that, really. The first is the immediate application of sanctions in relation to Russia, where we are attempting to make sure that we all act together, so the US, the UK and the EU together, and that is the focus of our discussions and what we're urging on the US. He will know there's a piece of legislation in the US which is ready to go and needs to be coordinated with what we're doing. On the longer term, I think we need to look always at whether there's more we can do within the framework on sanctions, and we can discuss that in this House. On the important point he makes about Ukraine and Jeff, we've been a leading advocate of Ukraine having a bigger role or having a role in Jeff, and Ukraine already has enhanced partnership with the JEF, and that's the first of its kind. That was at the last JEF meeting that we had in Norway just a few weeks and months ago, and we were one of the leading nations pushing for that greater involvement. We'll see over time whether that can be taken further, either with Jeff or with NATO, obviously, but it was an important first step. And not only a reflection for Ukraine, but also a message to Russia.
Thank you to the Prime Minister for his leadership, representing us around the world in the last 2 weeks, exactly where he should be. Does the Prime Minister want to remind the party opposite about the fact it was the Labour government which last spent 2.5% of GDP on defence? And can the Prime Minister set out how increasing our defence spending will keep our country safe and support high-quality manufacturing jobs in West Bromwich and the whole nation?
Well, I'm happy to remind the House that we had 2.5% of GDP on defence spending under the last Labour government, and we'll have it under this Labour government. In 14 long years, they didn't do that.
Mr. McBain.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I welcome the increase in defence spending. So will the Prime Minister take this opportunity to explain where the money is coming from, particularly as his government continues to weaken our country's economy and when another expensive benefit U-turn on top of the winter fuel U-turn is on its way?
Well, she must have missed the record investment in our country in the last 12 months, £120 billion, the 4 interest rate cuts and the fastest growth in the G7 in the first quarter of this country. And every time we've increased defence spending, as we did with the 2.5%, we've set out at the same time where that money is coming from.
Mr. MacDonald.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I found the Leader of the Opposition incredibly disappointing, so goodness knows what her own benches think. But while she's talking Britain down, can I commend the Prime Minister for the leadership he's shown this week? And could he say a little more about how businesses in the defence supply chain, particularly in the Teesside Defence and Innovation Cluster, can contribute to this national mission for defence and security?
Well, I'm grateful for him for raising this question. There are 2 or 3 principles here. Firstly, as we increase defence spend, we need to see that reflected in good, well-paid jobs in constituencies across the country. Secondly, Mr. Speaker, there will obviously be the big sectors on defence who will benefit, but we've put together a hub for smaller supply chain businesses, which will be in pretty well every constituency, whether they're defence-specific or not, to ensure that they take advantage of the contracts and the extra spending on defence. And in that way, we can ensure that there's a dividend back in the United Kingdom for the extra spend that we're putting in place.
David Reid.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. There's been some recent confusion from defence ministers surrounding the purchase of 12 F-35A nuclear-capable fast jets. So can the PM please inform the House when the proposed in-service date is for this important capability?
Well, we made the commitment to the capability. We're obviously now talking to allies about precisely what the timetable will be for that, and I'll update the House. But the important thing is the commitment is there. He will know that this is a commitment to the NATO initiative, bringing us within that initiative, and therefore a lot of moving parts. But the commitment we've made is a very firm commitment, and I'll set out the timeline and progress on it in due course.
Dr. Peter, please.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. So F-35A, hard power. BBC World Service, soft power. Would he agree with me that the World Service is a crucial element of our soft convening power?
Yes, I've long been a supporter of the BBC World Service, and it chimes with the other questions I had about the soft power of this country. We have incredible soft power, incredible strength in our diplomacy, and that very often achieves results in a way that then makes it less necessary to use the hard power.
Thank you, Mr.
Speaker. There is scepticism in my Huntingdon constituency at how the increase in defence spending might create good local jobs there. But having already pitched to the Chancellor and the Defence Secretary earlier this month to the Procurement Minister alongside my local authority CEOs, Huntingdon is recognised as the home of UK defence intelligence capability, as well as that of US operations in Europe, as well as NATO's. So, given 10% of the equipment budget is now pledged to developing new technology, along with the £400 million Defence Innovation Fund, will the Prime Minister back my commitment to leveraging the designation of RAF Whitton as an MOD Trailblazer site to build a defence technology cluster to create highly technical local jobs and build new defence capability from Huntingdon?
I think he's in discussion with our ministers about this, and obviously we look forward to taking that forward. In relation to what he refers to as the scepticism of his constituents in Huntingdon. I want to reassure them through him that this increased defence spend will bring yield to Huntingdon, to his constituents, in the defence-specific sectors, but also in the supply chains as well.
Mr. Speaker, I welcome the Prime Minister's statement and his leadership. Can I just return to international humanitarian law? The International Development Select Committee recently published a report that showed that IHL is under threat like never before, and attacks on aid workers are rising. So can the Prime Minister assure us that the UK will be a champion for IHL, and could he elaborate on conversations on upholding it in relation to Gaza, but also Sudan and the many other countries ravaged by conflict around the world?
We have an absolute commitment to international humanitarian law, and it's extremely important that we keep to that, whether that's in Gaza or in Sudan. And that is the framework through which we make our decisions.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. When it comes to the evils of terrorism and aggression across the Middle East, all paths lead back to the Iranian regime, be that the sponsorship of Hamas, Hezbollah, the Houthis, or indeed at the heart of that regime, the IRGC. So, whilst I fully appreciate the Prime Minister will not speculate on prescription from the dispatch box, will he at least reflect on how it can be that despite calls from both sides of this House over many, many years to prescribe the IRGC, it still hasn't happened, not least when he took quite right and proper action to prescribe Palestine action after the attack on Bryce Norton last week, that the IRGC still sit unprescribed?
I thank him for raising this. As he knows, we keep prescription under constant review and won't hesitate to take the most effective measures against the Iranian regime. He will know we've already sanctioned the IRGC in its entirety, including individual commanders, but we do keep this under constant review.
Luke Charters.
I praise the Prime Minister for his work on the new 5% target, ensuring that we reach that in terms of national security and core defence. Would he agree with me that just as the last Labour government in the 1940s helped found Nato, that this Labour government could help found a multilateral defence development bank that would ensure we reach the 5% by the mid-2030s?
Well, I thank him for that question, and there is a debate going on across allies as to how we can work together on the increased spending in terms of the spend itself, financial arrangements, whether it's development banks or others, and ensuring that we coordinate our capability and cooperation, because the last thing we want is everybody spending more money, but in an uncoordinated way, and there's been intense discussion about that.
John Cooper.
Mr. Speaker, the situation in Scotland is very difficult. I welcome the news that we are to go further with our at-sea deterrence, and of course the nuclear missile Trident boats are based in Faslane, but as we have heard, First Minister John Swinney and his SNP administration do not back nuclear weapons. Further, they've created a hostile environment for defence firms in Scotland because they will not back any firms which make ordnance. This week we've also heard the former First Minister Humza Yousaf claim wrongly that allowing our American allies to use the Prestwick Air Base to refuel is some kind of war crime. What can we do to nullify the threat to British security from these fifth columnists?
Beat them. But it is a serious question. This isn't just the usual politics. This is a serious question of national security. The nuclear deterrent, the at-sea deterrent, is, as he rightly says, housed in Scotland. I went and met one of the subs coming back in just a few months ago. It was a very humbling experience, quite frankly, and got an even deeper sense of what they do for our country, and it should be supported in its own right and as an essential deterrent. And it's among the reasons that we need to change a government in Scotland.
John Slinger.
I welcome the Prime Minister's statement, which shows that international cooperation, the ability to forge relationships of trust and human empathy are signs of strength, not weakness. Our country is stronger for his leadership and pursuit of peace globally through diplomatic means.
Hear, hear.
Does my right honourable friend agree that we can only deter war and defend our allies such as Ukraine if outward-looking diplomacy is backed up by ever stronger armed forces and an ever stronger economy? That these matters ought to unify all in this House, and that it's very unfortunate that we've seen petty party political games, frankly, from the Leader of the Opposition.
Hear, hear.
Well, I agree with him, and all I can say is, in fairness, I can see that on the faces of some of the members opposite, there is clearly disquiet at the approach that the Leader of the Opposition took, and it's not surprising.
Nick Timothy.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. On the 5% defence investment pledge, resilience spending appears to include energy infrastructure. Given the evidence about Chinese-made cellular internet modules and kill switches, will you say categorically that China must be kept out of all critical infrastructure, including wind turbines and solar panels?
Well, he's right to raise this issue, and obviously we carefully review and monitor any Chinese involvement in any elements of security. But it is right that we now include resilience in our overall definition of national spend and act accordingly.
Laura Coates.
Mr. Speaker, and I thank the Prime Minister for his commitment to keeping our country safe and his effective diplomacy to that end. While our international aid budget is now diminished, it remains my belief that the work we do to prevent and respond to humanitarian crises around the world plays a crucial role in global stability and security, and in turn our own. Can the Prime Minister reaffirm his commitment to this vital role for the UK in the world?
Yes, I can, and she's right to raise it and to describe it in the way that she did, and we're a leader on this, continue to be. We want to get our aid budget back up, but in the meantime I want to work with other countries to find other ways of providing and financing that support as a matter of some urgency.
Bradley.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I welcome the increase in defence spending, but how on earth is the Prime Minister going to pay for it when his party can't agree on a small reduction in the welfare bill?
We have set out in clear terms when we went to 2.5%, both the date plus the way in which we would pay for it. That's the way we do business on this side of the House. For 14 years, they lost control of the economy, left hollowed out armed forces, a 22 billion black hole, and frankly, they're in no position to lecture anyone about these issues. Still less after the response of the Leader of the Opposition, which shows exactly why their party is sliding into irrelevance.
Right, Manali.
Mr. Speaker, I think it's clear today that the Leader of the Opposition should never represent the United Kingdom on the world stage. Absolutely outrageous, Mr. Speaker. But I am grateful to my right honourable friend for his statement, and following the comments of other honourable members, can I ask him what assessment he has made of the potential opportunities for Scottish-based defence and aerospace industries, which already support hundreds of jobs in Coatbridge and Bellsill, arising from the expectation to reach 4.1% of GDP by 2027? And does he share my concern that the disjointed defence policy of the SNP risks jobs and investment in Scotland, and we need to fight that at all costs?
Well, he shouldn't worry too much about the Leader of the Opposition representing our country. She never will. Mr. Speaker, if she did, the chair at the Nato summit would have a little sticky note on it saying busy at PMQs, presumably. Mr. Speaker, that's how unserious her point is. But on the substantive question of jobs in Scotland, there is the real potential now to build on what Scotland does. It's got a proud history in relation to our defence and security, and this provides an opportunity to build on that platform.
James Shannon.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Can I thank the Prime Minister very much for his statement? I know that nobody in this House can doubt the sincerity of his careful words and his commitment for what is best for the United Kingdom of Great Britain and Northern Ireland at the G7 and NATO summit. The Prime Minister will be aware of my support for Israel, and indeed the support of so many in this great nation. That was, I believe, one of the major issues at the summit. So can the Prime Minister outline, please, whether time was taken with our closest ally in the United States of America to discuss steps that can be taken to cut the head off the IRGC and to ensure that the USA bombing of the Iranian nuclear programme was a success, and thereby secure a truce and a lasting peace in the Middle East? Thank you.
Well, I can assure him that is an ongoing discussion that we have with our US allies, both at leader level and between our teams on an ongoing and constant basis. Israel has the right to be safe and secure, and it is neither safe nor secure at the moment. We have to be absolutely clear about that and the right of Israel to defend itself. And that means discussions about the IRGC, it means discussions about Iran, which has been a constant source of threat and terror and conflict in the region. And yes, we discussed not just the attack on Saturday, but also the further measures that can be taken to make sure that Iran never has the capability to develop nuclear weapons.
Tricia Fergus.
Thank you, Mr Speaker, and I thank the Prime Minister for his statement and for his leadership, something which I'm sure is welcomed by our allies around the world, if not by the Leader of the Opposition. My right honourable friend mentions that there is now a window of opportunity for peace in the Middle East, and I'm sure that's something we would all want to see happen and come to fruition. However, with deadly attacks on Palestinian people seeking food continuing, can the Prime Minister advise from his discussions whether there is any prospect of Israel allowing the UN and other humanitarian organisations to resume food distribution in an ordered and fair way?
Well, they should do, and we're urging that they do, because the current arrangements are intolerable and they're never going to work. And we need to be really clear about that, and we will continue to urge that with our allies and obviously talking to leaders across the region, as she would expect. But now is the time to push on also for the broader ceasefire to alleviate the situation more generally and allow a path to open for the long-term conflict resolution that's needed.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. It's the role of any government and Prime Minister, and it's their first duty to keep this country safe. I know it's a role that our Prime Minister takes incredibly seriously, which is in stark comparison to what we've seen today from the Leader of the Opposition. The Prime Minister will know when he visited Blackpool, and he has visited Blackpool many times since becoming Leader of our party, that young people told him at my sixth form college they're crying out for local jobs in the Blackpool area to keep them there. Will he ensure that this defence increase of 5%, which is welcome, will create the decent, well-paid jobs on the Fylde coast so young people in Blackpool can get those jobs where they live?
Well, I'm grateful for his question. I've visited Blackpool many times, as he knows. I know firsthand just how important it is for young people to see money going into their economy with jobs in Blackpool for them. And I remember profoundly at a sixth form college in Blackpool asking the group of, I think, 17-year-olds how many of them were proud to be from Blackpool, and they all put their hand up. And when I asked them how many of them thought that their jobs in the future would be in Blackpool, only one of them put their jobs up, because they all thought that they would have to leave Blackpool to get the jobs that they wanted. We need to turn that around. This gives us an opportunity to start doing that.
We now come to Chris Vance.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. Now, can I thank the Prime Minister for his statement today? And from a personal point of view, can I thank him for his recent visit to Harlow and the Downs Primary School, which recently received an excellent Ofsted report. Would the Prime Minister agree with me to achieve the sustainable and long-term peace that we all so desperately want in the Middle East, in Gaza, in Ukraine and in Sudan? We must work together with one voice with all of our NATO allies, and that's why his leadership on a global level is so important, and it's so important that he attends all of these events to represent our proud nation.
Well, I'm grateful. I remember being the most recent visit to the primary school, I think, was to roll out our free school meals policy. So I was very happy to do that, Mr Speaker, by actually serving school meals myself. So if all else fails, I've got a backup. But Mr Speaker, he's absolutely right. This is at a time like this. It is actually a time when usually this House comes together and speaks with one voice, and we're the more powerful for it. And I have to say, President Zelensky has told me on a number of occasions how much it means to his people. And to be fairness to the party opposite, they've always been resolute on Ukraine. She needs to look again, the Leader of the Opposition, at her approach. The sooner we get back in a time like this to the kind of cross-party unity we had, the better, because our adversaries know that when they see unity here, that is much more of a problem for them than when they see unserious division.
That completes the statement. Let the front bench change over.
We'll now proceed to read the orders of the day.
Combined Appropriation Main Estimates Number 2 Bill, second reading.
Now. Minister to move formally.
I beg to move.
Question is that the bill be now read a second time. As many of that opinion say aye?
Aye.
Contrary, no? The ayes have it. The question is that the bill now be read a third time. As many of that opinion say aye?
Aye.
Contrary, no? I think the ayes have it. We now come to the general debate on the Armed Forces Day. Minister Luke Pollard, move.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker. I beg to move that this House considers Armed Forces Day. This week, our nation comes together to give profound thanks to the men and women of our armed forces, their families and veterans, the heroes who give so much and sacrifice so much for their country at a time when the world is becoming increasingly dangerous, unpredictable and insecure. Right now, our armed forces are helping Ukraine to defend itself against the might of Russia by supplying kit and equipment, nearly 3.5 years into a war which Putin thought would be over in 3 days. Our armed forces are in Singapore with the UK Carrier Strike Group led by HMS Prince of Wales, strengthening Britain's ties with the Indo-Pacific. They are operating as part of every NATO mission alongside our allies, keeping the peace in zones of potential conflict, and our people are working in the Middle East to de-escalate tensions and stabilise the region. Our armed forces are contributing to UN peacekeeping forces around the world, helping to bring hope to war-torn communities, and they are protecting our shores at home, ready at a moment's notice to respond to any emerging threats. Truly, they are the best of Britain, recognised globally for their professionalism and dedication. And this week, in Armed Forces Week, we have a chance to say thank you, to thank them for their service, to thank their families for their understanding at the times when they are away, to thank those people who support our men and women in uniform, in defence industries, in the supply chain, in the technology companies that help keep them having the fighting edge that keeps our country safe. Now, apart from those affected by COVID restrictions, 2024 was the first year since the inception of Armed Forces Day that there was no national event. This government is proud to have restored it this year, backing 3 days of celebrations in Cleethorpes. And as my honourable friend, the member for Great Grimsby and Cleethorpes knows, it's a community which carries a long tradition of not just honouring our armed forces, but shaping and supporting them too. From the local RAF station at Northcotes, which was home to the Coastal Command Strike Wing during World War II, disrupting enemy supply chains with great success, to active veteran groups today, like NEL for Heroes, which does outstanding work in North East Lincolnshire, helping veterans to return to civilian life. But although the biggest celebrations will be taking place in Cleethorpes, where the Defence Secretary will be this weekend, there are more than 180 other events taking place across our nation. Earlier this week, my ministerial colleague Lord Coker was among the large crowds which turned out in Northern Ireland to celebrate Armed Forces Day. Happy giving way on that point.
Yeah, Mr Deputy Speaker, that I was very fortunate to be there and had an opportunity to meet Lord Coker from the other House. It was very clear to him and I both that the 60,000 people turned out to commend and celebrate such a wonderful occasion. Can I ask the Minister, maybe later on, if you don't mind, would he outline clearly what can be done to recruit more TA soldiers? Will it be flexibility with employers? Will it be the jobs and the courses they can do? Or will it be to enlarge the numbers of cadets, please? Thank you so much.
Well, Mr Deputy Speaker, can I thank him for his years of service? It was in Westminster Hall yesterday that he added up all the years that he served in uniform, and I think that was 14.5 years in total in various roles. So can I thank him for his service to our country? It is absolutely vital that we address the retention and recruitment crisis we inherited from the previous government. We're making good progress in that regard. A key part of that is not only recruiting new people to our regular forces, but also making it easier to join the reserves as well. And whether people are serving full-time, part-time, in their spare time, there is an opportunity for people right round the country to contribute to our armed forces. My ministerial colleague, the Minister for Veterans and People, will be setting out further steps as to how we're going to improve our reserves as we approach the Armed Forces Bill in the next session of Parliament, making the case that improving our reserves makes us safer, but also provides more opportunity for the nation to have a closer connection with those people who serve as well. Happy to.
I'm very grateful to the Minister. One of the 180 events that he mentioned will be Armed Forces Day in Andover, which I'll be attending on Saturday. As he knows, Andover is home to Land Army headquarters, and I wondered whether he could reflect on the importance of the work of celebrating armed forces in those communities which physically embrace their headquarters and their camps and residences, to sustain that connection between the non-uniformed civilian population and those who protect them on a daily basis.
Well, can I thank him and thank him for his attendance at an Armed Forces Day event this weekend. As someone who represents Devonport, home to Western Europe's largest naval dockyard, I'm acutely aware of the relationship, the important history and the connections today between our military, those civilians that in Devonport's case support the fleet, and our wider community, including veterans. I think it is absolutely right we tell the story of that connection, not just by looking back at the battles of previous years, those people who never returned from wars, but making the case that investing in our defence today creates good, well-paid jobs. It provides opportunities for our young people, and it's one of the sources of great pride, I think, that our Army, our Navy and our Air Force all feature in the top 5 employers of apprentices in the country. It's a huge opportunity to celebrate the skills that we have, but also the connections between our people, because I think all our communities are proud of our armed forces, and this weekend's a great opportunity to say that again.
John Slinger.
I thank my honourable friend for giving way. He knows that recently I had the great privilege of visiting our base in Erbil in the Kurdistan region of Iraq, where I saw for myself the dedicated service of the troops and their officers who are doing huge work to help that regional government and also thereby enhance regional security and British security. They are a tribute to this country and we owe them a debt of gratitude, and we should remember that there are so many service men and women overseas doing very difficult work, sometimes in harm's way, and on Armed Forces Day we must remember all of those serving officers and soldiers as well.
Well, can I thank him for his remarks just there? I think it is a good reminder that on Armed Forces Day and in Armed Forces Week there'll be parliamentarians on all sides of the House visiting local communities, making the case for armed forces in their communities. But there will be people from communities right round our country who won't be at those celebrations because they'll be serving on the front lines overseas, helping to project UK power and influence, helping to stabilise regions and helping to make sure that we're de-escalating tensions. And the work that our forces do in the Middle East may have been in the news quite a lot recently, but their work that is often not covered in the news is nonetheless as vital for our national security and worthy of our praise and thanks. And I'm certain on a cross-party basis there is support for the work that they do across the Middle East. My honourable friend, the Minister for Defence, Procurement and Industry, will be in Liverpool this weekend celebrating alongside her community of Liverpool Garston at Armed Forces Day events. And the Minister for Veterans and People, my honourable friend for Birmingham, Solioke, will be in Coventry, having completed a tour of many of our communities nationwide, making the case for further investment in services to support our veterans, Mr Deputy Speaker, a vital part of this government's work to support those people who have served. Many celebrations will be taking place across Scotland and Wales, including in Edinburgh, where the Minister for Scotland will be attending, and I will be back home in Plymouth, home to not only Devonport but Stonehouse, the spiritual home of the Royal Marines, where I'll be out on force on the Hoe, on Saturday. And for those people not familiar with Plymouth geography and some of our international viewers, the Hoe is a wonderful cliff-top view of Plymouth Sound, and nothing more sinister than that, shall I say. But look, as a son of a Royal Navy submariner, I'm proud to represent my hometown, which is not only steeped in military history, but also plays a pivotal role in protecting Britain today. Having grown up as a Navy brat, I know that many remarkable people in defence tend to dismiss their achievements as just part of the job, a humbleness that defines service in our country. But I know what they do, how they go well beyond the expectations of a normal day job, how they shoulder immense responsibilities with great modesty and, supported by their families, perform the ultimate public service. Through the government's Strategic Defence Review and defence reform, we're putting much more emphasis on our people and on renewing the nation's contract with those who served. The most troubling thing I've seen recently in relation to our people was the Continuous Attitude Survey, which revealed that only a quarter of our service personnel believe they're valued by society. For members who haven't read the latest Continuous Attitude Survey, can I encourage them to do so? It tells a story about what our people think, and although we're now seeing morale stabilising after a decade of falling across all three of our services, the fact that they don't feel valued by society should be a wake-up call for all of us about how we talk about our armed forces, how we support our armed forces. Happy giving way.
I thank the Minister for giving way, and I apologise for not being in the chamber when he referred to my constituency. Earlier this weekend we will be hosting National Armed Forces Day, which is going to be fantastic, and the comments that he's making there about remembering our veterans, remembering our people, Saturday will be a true celebration, and all of the work that so many people put into making sure that we are safe and secure every day.
Minister.
Well, can I thank her for all the work that she put into making the case as to why Cleethorpes should be the first of the renewed National Day events. I know the Defence Secretary is looking forward to attending events in Cleethorpes this weekend and to hearing from not just those people who serve today, but the young people of the cadets in her community that may well be those people who serve in the future, and those veterans who have served our nation as well. I'm looking forward to events in Plymouth, but I know that the events in Cleethorpes will be the centre of our national attention this weekend, and rightly so.
Sir James Cleverly.
Yeah, I appreciate the Minister giving way. Will he recognise that the UK's armed forces are a visible manifestation of the philosophy and values that underpin the country? And if society does not value the armed forces, might he concede it is because consistently, I think, we have failed to defend the principles and values that underpin our society? And we should confront the accusations that this, for example, is an inherently racist country, which it absolutely is not. And confront the accusations that our history is not something we should be proud of, because perhaps then a wider society will appreciate the men and women who defend not just the physical country, but our values, our history, and our philosophy.
Well, can I thank the right honourable gentleman for that intervention, and I share his passion for telling our nation's story. To tell our full story, we have to explain the good bits and sometimes the bad bits as well. But at all times, we can look at the bravery, the courage and the service of our armed forces as a source of national pride. But I also look at our armed forces today as the embodiment of some of our British values. I believe in equality. It's something that for me is very important to me personally. But when I think about our soldiers that are operating in Estonia at the moment, being ready to deter a Russian move across the border, it does not matter what the colour of the skin of the soldier is, what religion they have, where they come from, what their accent is. All that matters is that in that unit, everyone has each other's backs. Proud of our country, proud of the service, proud of the reasons that they are there. And I think at Armed Forces Week, it's an opportunity to remind people about what the difficult jobs we ask people to do and to thank them for it. But the right honourable gentleman is entirely right, talking about the values that stand behind the uniform and why the flag that they have on their arms matters so much. It's not just a piece of cloth, it is British values that we should be proud of, all of us. And for that reason, I think it is important that we recognise that our service personnel need to feel more valued. The figure has plummeted over the past 12 years, and we know that words won't address that problem, only action will. And that's why it's so important to award our service personnel their biggest pay rise for over 2 decades, and to follow it up with another above-inflation pay rise this year. And for the first time, as a source of great pride to me as the Minister for the Armed Forces, we can say that every single person in uniform is now paid the living wage. That should always have been the case, but sadly was not, but it is now. They deserve a lot more than just a decent salary. The cold, damp and mouldy homes that many have been living in are frankly a betrayal of their service. So after buying back 36,000 homes from the private sector sold off under a previous Conservative government, that saves taxpayers more than £600,000 a day in rent payments. We're delivering a generational renewal of military accommodation with at least £7 billion of funding in this Parliament to help tackle the poor state of forces housing. Happy to.
And I thank the Minister for his statement and take the opportunity to also mark an important week for our armed forces. And I welcome everything he's saying about the support to our armed forces, but also to their families in the way of investment in the homes and also more money in their pockets. Does he agree with me that supporting our armed forces goes way beyond just the equipment they need on the front line, but it's about making sure that their families are supported and valued through the support we can give them as a government, but also in the communities that they live in?
Minister. I couldn't agree with the Honourable Lady more. It is so important. I think in this debate, and I am somewhat guilty of this occasionally, Mr Deputy Speaker, many of our defence debates have been about kit, has been about platforms, and if it's anywhere near me, has often been about frigates. And we talk about the equipment. We need to talk about our people more. That's at the heart of the Strategic Defence Review, but also at the heart of this government's policy is talking about the families of those people who serve more. So that's why the Armed Forces Commissioner Bill that we are placing through the House, that I hope will become law soon, puts an emphasis on allowing service families to access the Commissioner, to make a case that it is the whole defence family, those people who serve in uniform and their family members that back them in service, that need to be valued by this nation. And I believe on a cross-party basis that is a view that is shared. What we now need to do is to make sure it's featured in our legislation and in the day-to-day operations of our military. There's more to do on that. Happy to.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. With the Minister, just on his previous point about the selling off of the military homes and the buying back of them from the Labour government, would he acknowledge that the negotiations for that deal actually started in May 2024 under the Conservative government and were completed by the Labour government?
Minister. Indeed, and when this the announcement was initially made, I remember standing at the dispatch box and thanking the Shadow Defence Secretary, who's not here today, but thanking him for his work on this. It was a terrible privatisation. It was truly awful. It represented the worst value for taxpayers, and it has doomed many of our forces families to appalling accommodation for far too long. Now that that privatisation has ended, now we've brought back those homes into public control again, we can invest in them. But we need to do that at pace, because there are people living in accommodation today with damp and mould. That's not good enough. We need to proceed at pace, and the Minister for Veterans, who leads on this work within the MOD, is certainly as impatient as I am to see the improvements, as I know he will be as an MP who represents a military constituency as well. Yeah.
I'm grateful to the Minister for giving way. Purely for the record, the reason the Shadow Defence Secretary is not here is because he has a very important personal family commitment today, although I'm honoured to stand in for him. Just quickly on this subject, has he seen our proposals for an Armed Forces Housing Association, which is ring-fenced, to provide better quality accommodation for Armed Forces personnel and their families?
Well, Minister. I thank him for that. He is by no means a poor substitute for the Shadow Defence Secretary. I'm sure the House will agree. We are planning to publish our defence housing strategy later this year, which no doubt was not at all in the minds of the Shadow front bench when they published their proposals ahead of time. And I'll have to encourage him to wait for the full work to be published in due course. But improving defence housing has to be a priority, because for many, many years years as a nation we've not been delivering what our forces deserve, and that will change now. We have this year extended the ability to reclaim the costs of wraparound childcare to many of those deployed overseas, and next year we'll go further to cover all overseas areas to make family life a little easier. We're legislating for an Armed Forces Commissioner, an independent voice to help improve service life, and we've made a manifesto commitment to bring the Armed Forces Covenant fully into law, a promise made by the nation that those who defend it will be treated fairly and not disadvantaged because of their service. This includes, for example, making sure service children have the same access to education as other children. We're also transforming recruitment, and we hope that many young people will be inspired to join up after attending Armed Forces Day events this weekend. And we're also overhauling access to care and support for veterans through the Valour programme. I'd like to turn briefly, if I can, to veterans, because although Armed Forces Day is an opportunity to thank those people in uniform, we should also use it as an opportunity to thank those people who have served as well. Happy giving way.
Thank the Minister for giving way. On the point about the Covenant, which I very much welcome the work being done to bring it into wider effect and a legislative effect with consequences where it's not applied. That I think is going to be really important in terms of delivering services to our armed forces from right across the public sector. But there is a financial consequence for that, and it's a financial consequence that I think Parliament needs to seriously consider, and Government needs to consider about how that is born and how that is distributed to make sure that those public services are empowered and financed to support armed forces personnel in the best way that they possibly can, and their wider families just as importantly.
Minister. Well, can I thank the honourable gentleman for his intervention, and I agree with him. It's important that it's a pledge made in action and deed, not just in words. I think if you look at the Armed Forces Covenant implementation across the country at the moment, there are some areas that are exceptional at doing so, that really have embraced not just the words of the Covenant, but the spirit behind it. And there's other areas that perhaps are a little bit further behind on the journey. And when we look at central government compared to local government, there's a distinction between the services and the offer. That's why we're putting it fully onto law. And I hope that one of the things that we will be able to do in having a debate around putting the Armed Forces Covenant fully into law is to be able to share the best practice that we see in local councils up and down the country. In this place here, there's sometimes a temptation to believe that all good ideas must come from a dispatch box, and I certainly do not believe that when I can see brilliant councillors of all parties, actually, making the case for improving the lives for veterans and for those people who serve, and perhaps most importantly for the families, because I think where the Armed Forces Covenant grips most and most successfully is where we can improve provision for children who may suffer disadvantage because their parents that may serve move around so frequently, and that means they sometimes don't get the same level of access to educational support, SEND support and other aspects. And I hope that when that debate comes, as I think it will do probably later this year, beginning of next year, I hope all honourable members will be able to participate, but also take something from that debate to be able to amplify the work of their local councils, who I believe probably each and every member in this place has something good to tell about the work done in their area that they will be able to share. If I can, Mr Deputy Speaker, just make some progress on veterans. We owe a substantial debt of gratitude to all those who have served their country. The Government has an enduring duty to recognise their extraordinary contribution and support them after service. The majority of veterans go on to have successful careers and lives, and as we're helping them make the best use of the diverse skills and experiences they have gained, for example through career transition partnerships and Op Ascend, but a minority of those people who have served do not find that transition easy and may need extra support. So we're creating a new £50 million network of Valour recognised support centres across the UK to give veterans easier access to essential care and help. Just today, we've launched the Valour pilot in the North West region at the Imperial War Museum North. We've also announced £75 million to recognise the historic wrongs and experienced by LGBT veterans in the armed forces, significantly above the level recommended in the Etherton Review. And we've also committed additional funding to maintain veterans' homelessness support programmes, ensuring those at risk of homelessness have continued access to specialist help. I think the whole House... Oh, before I... Yes, absolutely.
Then I'm subjected.
I thank the Minister for giving way. Just a quick point on the issue of veterans, and I appreciate that the government is working on this issue specifically, but would he be able to give us a quick update on the work that the government's doing to waive the visa fees for the families and dependents of our Commonwealth service personnel?
Minister. Can I thank him for that? He will know that we've, as Ministry of Defence, recently published a written ministerial statement talking about how we can improve recruitment from the Commonwealth. And that's not just about how we expand the pipeline coming into our armed forces. We need to recognise and support those people that might be at the end of their service to get the support they need. We have a manifesto commitment to deliver that. It's something that the Defence Secretary has spoken to the Home Secretary about and our officials are in dialogue about. I hope that my colleague, the Minister of Veterans and People, who looks after this area, will be able to announce progress in due course. But I think there is, between he and I, a strong sense that there is a wrong to be righted here. And those people who serve our country for a good period of time should be able to settle here in that respect. And I think there will be progress that will be made here. But I recognise his interest in doing so. The magnificent VE Day commemorations, as well as the equally historic 80th anniversary of VJ Day that will take place in August this year, have been widely acknowledged as perhaps the last major opportunity to thank those who fought in the Second World War. But we're also slowly losing the generation who did national service after the war, and with them the living bridge that they provided to our armed forces. We need to reconnect society with our armed forces and widen participation in national resilience. This weekend's festivities are a great way to kickstart that process, but as our Strategic Defence Review made clear, we have to be much more proactive as a country about rebuilding those connections, particularly with young people. Half of the Army's current crop of regimental sergeant majors were once cadets, so we will boost the cadet force by 30% by 2030, creating the opportunities for 42,000 more young people to be a cadet. We'll also introduce voluntary gap year schemes for school and college leavers, and we'll develop a new UK Strategic Reserve by 2030, a fitting objective considering that yesterday was Reserves Day, when we were able to thank those many thousands of reservists who served this country. They greatly bolster our capability at a time of crisis, serving across defence from the back office to the front line, and they give us the skills, scale and ability to meet the threats as we face at home and overseas in a cost-effective way. As my honourable colleague, the Minister of Veterans and People, can attest after serving alongside them on various tours. I've seen personally the enormous benefits that experience with our armed forces can offer people, particularly young people. Purpose, adventure, social mobility, a unique sense of camaraderie and self-achievement, and for many people, it's a route to a much better life. We want to make many more young people aware of the opportunities on offer and a chance to see where service life can take them. As I briefly noted earlier, we're also taking decisive actions to address the recruitment crisis that we inherited. The tortuously slow process that caused so much frustration is being transformed. For example, we've eliminated more than 100 outdated medical recruitment policies, and we're slashing the time it takes to access medical records from weeks down to hours. Our objective is to reduce the time of flight from application to starting at a training establishment, and the new 1030 policy the Secretary of State introduced, that means applicants will get a decision on a provisional application decision within 10 days and a start date within 30 is a good step towards improving this process. But we know there's much more to do. Army recruitment has been totally restructured, and we've acted to keep hold of valued staff who are most at risk of leaving, for example by introducing retention payments for Army privates, Lance Corporals and aircraft engineers. The results, Mr Deputy Speaker, speak for themselves. Year-on-year inflow of recruits is now up 19%. Outflow is down 7%. The Royal Navy has exceeded its yearly recruitment target, and the Royal Air Force applications are up by a third when compared with early 2024. And applications to join the Army are at their highest level for 7 years. Happy giving way.
I thank my honourable friend for giving way. Does he agree with me that it was very helpful when discussing recruitment problems for the armed services that this government was able to deliver an above-inflation pay rise of 4.5% for service personnel, recognising their extraordinary professionalism, and that in combination with the 6% headline award last year, this represents a cumulative pay award of 10.5 since July 2024. This can only help with the issues that he's discussing.
I think it absolutely does. And just as the Strategic Defence Review talks about a whole-of-society approach, I view that from an inside-outside perspective. We as society need to value our armed forces more, recognise that we all have a role within resilience and improving the way our nation is defended. But we also need to recognise that those people within our armed forces need to feel more valued by the whole of society as well. And ensuring that our people are paid well and live in a decent home are the foundations of that. And I hope one day that this House will not need to debate the quality of our military accommodation, because the quality will be achieved at such a level that it is just a given that when we ask our people to move around the country, we ask them to live in accommodation, whether it's single living accommodation or a service family accommodation, it will just be decent. And that is our objective, but we have a lot of work still to do. So I hope members across the House will be able to join our armed forces and our communities this weekend celebrating the work of our service personnel. As we set about reconnecting the nation to its military, we must remember that service and sacrifice are not values confined to the history books. They're just as important today as they have ever been, and they're just as visible today if we tell their stories. They're embodied in Britain's armed forces. There has never been a more important time to thank them for the fantastic work they do, or a better time to promote the benefits of an armed forces career to young people. So to all those who serve, all those who have served, and all their families, we give our deep thanks. And to those who might serve in the future, we say come along to an event this weekend and find out what our brilliant armed forces could do for you. Thank you, Mr. Deputy Speaker.
The question is that this House has considered Armed Forces Day. Order. Just before we proceed, I'm very conscious of the fact that some members have arrived after the start of the debate. Ordinarily, that would preclude them from speaking in the debate. But I also understand that the Prime Minister's statement earlier today has thrown timings out slightly. So my intention is to accommodate all of those who are in the chamber who wish to speak. But inevitably, those who arrive late will have to take their turn. Opposition front bench, Shadow Minister of State, Mark Rutte.
Thank you very much, Mr. Deputy Speaker. Given the topic, I'm genuinely honoured today to be opening this debate on behalf of His Majesty's loyal opposition on the subject of Armed Forces Day. I had the honour to be present in New Palace Yard on Monday to watch members of the Armed Forces raise the Armed Forces flag in Parliament at a ceremony presided over by Mr. Speaker and his chaplain, the Reverend Canon Mark Birch, MBO. It was a joyous occasion, and I'm pleased to say it was very well attended by many MPs. My opposite number, the Armed Forces Minister, is the proud son of a submariner, while he's being followed by the equally proud son of Stoker First Class Reginald Francois, who was on a minesweeper called HMS Bresset on D-Day. So we are both naval brats, as he put it, at least after a fashion. It's now become established that Armed Forces Day is held on the last Saturday each June. So this Saturday there will be many ceremonies taking place in parallel across the length and breadth of the United Kingdom, including in my own county of Essex, and I'm hoping to attend the celebration in Basildon, the town in which I grew up. This is a time when people across our four nations come together to celebrate the role of the whole Armed Forces family, regulars, reserves, veterans, cadets, and of course their loved ones, in defending our country and our democratic way of life. I hope to say something about these four categories, regulars, reserves, cadets and veterans, in my remarks this afternoon. Beginning with reserves. Armed Forces Day, and indeed Armed Forces Week, is a matter which normally enjoys bipartisan, or perhaps I should say tripartisan, support in Parliament. Touching on this also allows me to say a bit about the value of reserves in our armed forces. In so doing, I declare an interest as someone who served as an infantry officer in the 5th Battalion of the Royal Anglian Regiment in the Territorial Army in the 1980s during the Cold War, when, and this dates me, the Berlin Wall was still up. As such, I greatly appreciate the extremely important role that our reserves from the Royal Naval Reserve, the Army Reserve, the Royal Auxiliary Air Force, the RAF Volunteer Reserve and others planned supporting our regulars in the defence of the realm. In that context, I recently saw an analysis, Mr Deputy Speaker, which pointed out that following the 2024 general election, there were now 17 Conservative MPs in the House of Commons who had served or are serving in either the regular or reserved armed forces of the Crown. However, on these benches we have no monopoly of military service. The same survey also pointed out, quite rightfully, that Labour have 13 MPs in a similar position and the Liberal Democrats now have 8. For completeness, I must of course point out that the Honourable Member for Strangford also served in the Territorial Army, so he is with us on that point. Indeed, Mr Deputy Speaker, I sometimes feel that he is always with us. Indeed, he is virtually omnipresent in the chamber. It's therefore true to say that armed forces have support across the political spectrum, at least from those of us who are here. I merely note in passing that yet again, when defence is being discussed in this chamber, there is no Reform MP present to grace our proceedings. Ironically, for a party that likes to try and wrap itself in the flag, which it does not own, it is telling that they can't be bothered to turn up to debate the service of those who loyally serve under it. Bluntly, Reform don't do defence. Nevertheless, I hope that most of what I say in the next few minutes will be broadly consensual, although with perhaps one exception, which I'll come to nearer the end. The role of our armed forces who've defended our way of life down the centuries is just as pertinent today as it has ever been. With the war in Ukraine, as the brave Ukrainians continue to resist Vladimir Putin's barbaric and illegal invasion of their country, taking place alongside continued turmoil in the Middle East. On regulars, those who serve in our armed forces deserve our unstinting and ongoing support. For the record, numerous studies show that the vast majority of people who serve in the armed forces benefit greatly from the experience. As well as serving their country, they often learn valuable skills or trades which make them highly marketable in the civilian job market. Indeed, this is a problem for retention, as the Minister was intimating. When I served as an MOD Minister, albeit over a decade ago, I remember one powerful statistic, which was that 80% of people who left the armed forces normally found a job within 6 months. And I believe the figures are equally as good or even better today. People who are smart, disciplined, trained to turn up on time and to be resourceful are always likely to prove attractive to employers.
Will you give way?
I will on that point.
Thank you, Right Honourable Member, for giving way. Veterans play an important part in my constituency, Glastonbury and Somerton, with 11% of households home to at least one. However, female veterans are over 10% less likely to be employed compared to men. So does the Right Honourable Member agree with me that we must put more support into helping female veterans find the right employment after service?
Mark Francois.
I agree. I think we should do everything we can to enable all veterans of whatever gender to find good employment after their service, but that certainly includes female veterans too. And forgive me, I cannot resist, Mr Deputy Speaker, but as Glastonbury is in her constituency, why on earth are kneecap being allowed to appear there? Why on earth have the organisers allowed that to take place? Now, moving on. We need to bear in mind that without point of order, yeah, sir.
If I could just correct the Right Honourable Member, the Glastonbury Festival site is not in my constituency.
I'm sorry, she mentioned Glastonbury, but if technically it's just over
hang
the
on
line,
a minute.
I'm sorry, sir.
It's not a point of order for the Chair, but I think it's helpful to have the record corrected. Mark Francois.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker. We need to bear this employability very much in mind, as without skilled regular personnel to maintain and operate even the most expensive and sophisticated kit, From Typhoon and F-35 fighters through Type 45 destroyers to main battle tanks, we cannot achieve operational success. In short, without well-trained people, the equipment counts for nothing and therefore does not achieve the deterrent effect that we seek. Indeed, when asked at RUSI earlier this week what was the single biggest challenge the Royal Navy is now facing, the Fleet Commander, Vice Admiral Andrew Burns, replied, and I quote him, "It's people right now. It's the quantity of people, and it's not just recruitment, it's retention." For context, this is not a uniquely British problem. All of our Five Eyes partners are facing similar challenges, even the United States, and I shall return to this in a moment or two. Moving on now to cadets. We're very fortunate in this country to have an active and enthusiastic cadet movement, and we welcome the proposals in the White Paper to expand the cadets even further, although we would like to see more detail of how exactly this is going to be achieved. Cadet units play a vital role in fostering disciplined teamwork and a sense of service among young people, providing invaluable opportunities for personal development and serving as a pathway, should they so desire it, for future careers in the armed forces. Mr. Deputy Speaker, we are all ultimately, whether we be ministers, shadow ministers or otherwise, constituency MPs. So in that context, I should like to pay particular tribute to the Army Cadet detachments in both Rayleigh and Wickford, who are part of C Company within the Essex Army Cadet Force, and both of whom I visited in the past, although I'm hoping to see the Rayleigh detachment again shortly, not least as it appears they'll need to find a new home within the next several years. I should also like to highlight the valuable work undertaken by 1474 Wickford Squadron of the Air Training Corps, and indeed their sister unit 1476 Rayleigh Squadron Air Training Corps, about whom I should declare an interest to the Minister, as I have the honour to have recently been appointed as their Honorary Squadron President. Their motto is Amanagawa, which is Japanese for Heavenly River, and I can confirm that they are in full flow. I've heard a number of honourable members in the Chamber over the years pay fulsome tribute to their cadet units, and I will chance my arm, Mr. Deputy Speaker, so far as to say I'm sure we will rightfully hear praise for more cadet units before this debate is out. They are a fundamentally important part of the Armed Forces family, and as well as the young people who sign up, I should also like to take this opportunity to thank those adults who give of their time voluntarily in order to provide instruction and leadership for these outstanding young people. Turning to veterans. As one example of work that can be done to protect them, I would like to commend to the House an initiative known as the Forcer Protocol. This idea is named after Alan Forcer, who served in the British Army for a number of years in several theatres, but who sadly took his own life after a struggle with complex PTSD. His widow, Claire Lilly, came to see me at my constituency surgery a number of years ago now and told me she was determined to channel her grief in a positive way by establishing a system to help find and protect veterans who go missing. When I met Claire, I was struck by her absolute determination to succeed, and I'm pleased to tell the House that is exactly what she did. In short, the Forcer Protocol is now a standard operating procedure among many police forces, similar in some ways to the Herbert Protocol for people who go missing with dementia, but with special features designed specifically to assist former service personnel. In essence, it works like this. People who have a veteran in their family who they believe may be vulnerable can register their details confidentially, including known associates and favourite haunts, with an organisation known as Safe and Found Online. In the event that a veteran then goes missing, the family, via releasing a PIN code, can make that information immediately available to the police to assist them in their search for the potentially vulnerable veteran. The initiative was initially trialled by Greater Manchester Police over a 6-month period. The trial was an outstanding success, and GMP reported that the trial had allowed them to make positive and timely interventions which undoubtedly saved the lives of dozens of veterans within the Greater Manchester area. As a result of this highly successful trial, the Forcer Protocol is now being rolled out across police forces nationwide. We had an event to encourage progress in the Commons in November 2024, and I'm pleased to tell the House that, at very short notice, the new Veterans Minister, the Honourable and Gallant Member for Birmingham Sellyoak, attended to give his personal support, for which I'd like to thank him again today. In an equally bipartisan spirit, I'd like to pay tribute to the actor and TV celebrity Mr. Ross Kemp, aka Grant Mitchell, for his unwavering support for this initiative and for the work that he has done for veterans more widely, and indeed for his amazing documentary with the Royal Anglians, my old regiment, in Afghanistan. Thank you, Ross, for everything you do for our armed forces, past and present. We know your heart is absolutely in it, and we're grateful. I'm delighted to report to the House that my own constabulary in Essex are formally adopting the Forcer Protocol today at a ceremony at Colchester, deliberately in Armed Forces Week. This will mark 13 forces, now including Essex, that are using this life-saving procedure, and it is estimated that since the initial trial with GMP and now the rollout across other forces in this country, literally hundreds of lives of veterans have been saved by this process. For the record, I wish to commend Claire Lilly for everything that she and the loyal band of her supporters have done to make this possible. We have another event in the Commons this November, by which time I very much hope that all the 43 police forces in England and Wales will be fully signed up. Well done, Claire. Alan will be proud of it. As I mentioned earlier, despite the tripartisan nature of this debate, there is, I'm afraid, one issue on which I feel that the government and these benches will not agree, and that is in respect to the government's proposed treatment of Northern Ireland veterans. Over 300,000 regular British soldiers served in Northern Ireland during the Troubles between 1969 and 2007. This highly challenging task, known as Operation Banner, was one of the longest-running continual exercises in the entire history of the British Army. During this long and at times highly dangerous deployment, over 700 British soldiers were killed, assisting the Ulster Defence Regiment and the then Royal Ulster Constabulary, GC, now the PSNI, to uphold the rule of law in Northern Ireland. Many thousands of soldiers were maimed for life by both Republican and so-called loyalist bombs, whilst trying to hold the line in an incredibly complex and dangerous situation. I've seen many memorials in my time, Mr. Deputy Speaker. Perhaps one of the most poignant was actually the Royal Ulster Constabulary Memorial at their headquarters at Knock, which commemorated the lives of hundreds of officers who also gave their lives working alongside the Army to attempt to uphold the rule of law in Northern Ireland. Imagine then the utter dismay of those veterans who served in the British Army in that highly complex theatre at the news that the present Labour government intends to drive through a remedial order under the auspices of the Human Rights Act 1998, effectively to remove key provisions within the Conservative-inspired Northern Ireland Legacy Troubles and Reconciliation Act 2023. The net of this will have two very important effects. Firstly, it will reopen the endless cycle of investigation and reinvestigation, often via coronial inquests, to which many British Army soldiers have already been subject. Secondly, and I wonder whether many honourable members opposite are even aware of this, the same remedial order, which their whips will be urging them to vote for later this autumn, will also make it easier for Jerry Adams and his associates to sue the British government and ultimately the British taxpayer. This is two-tier justice at its absolute worst. Indeed, the veterans themselves have initiated a parliamentary petition entitled Protect Northern Ireland Veterans from Prosecution, which amassed over 100,000 signatures in well under a month. As of noon today, the petition has now achieved over 145,000 signatures, and it's still going strong. As a result of that public support, we will be debating this totally counterproductive policy, which is a looming disaster for armed forces recruitment and retention in Parliament next month. On these Conservative benches, we will vigorously resist this wholly misguided remedial order, which is designed to aid Gerry Adams whilst throwing our brave veterans to the wolves. In that context, we warmly welcome the Daily Mail's campaign launched this morning to defend our veterans too. As the Mail's editorial this morning put it very powerfully, and I quote it, "It is profoundly unfair that frail ex-servicemen will continue to live in dread of a knock on the door by the authorities while IRA murderers sleep easily with letters of immunity handed to them by Tony Blair." I think that puts it rather well. It's worth recording in this context that very many of the soldiers who served in Northern Ireland were recruited from what we might now call Red Wall towns, from Blackburn to Bury and Bolton to Burnley, and were then ordered across the Irish Sea to help uphold the rule of law. Many of those surviving veterans are now in their 70s or even their 80s, and I suspect that many Labour MPs opposite would find it extremely difficult to explain to those veterans and their loved ones why they are taking this action just because their government is literally obsessed with the Human Rights Act 1998. So we on these benches will be bitterly opposing the remedial order, and I merely say that members opposite will need to look into their consciences and then hopefully, when the bells ring, do the same. With that very important exception, Mr. Deputy Speaker, I hope we can all agree across this House, those of us that are here, that we value immensely the work of the whole Armed Forces family and everything they do to help keep our country safe. Without those people who have the courage to take the king's shilling, as the old phrase has it, and to put on a uniform and, if ultimately necessary, to risk their lives in order to keep this country free, we would have no guarantee of our precious democracy. So perhaps the most fitting way to end this humble contribution would be to quote the words of Rudyard Kipling and his famous poem Recessional, which was written in 1897 to commemorate Queen Victoria's Diamond Jubilee. For those who know the poem, there is no hint of jingoism about it. Indeed, quite the reverse. It warns about the power of divine judgment and the humility of kings. As Kipling put it, the tumult and the shouting dies. The captains and the kings depart. Still stands thine ancient sacrifice, a humble and a contrite heart. Lord God of hosts, be with us yet, lest we forget, lest we forget.
Chris MacDonald.
Thank you, Mr. Deputy Speaker. And can I thank the Shadow Minister for sharing with us those powerful words from Kipling, something that I think is sunk into our national consciousness. I appreciate very much the cordial nature of this debate between the Minister and the Shadow Minister. We three were together earlier in this week having a debate about recruitment in the North East, which was also incredibly cordial, and it's a great opportunity to continue that conversation here. In Stockton, we celebrated Armed Forces Day early on Saturday with our own flag-raising ceremony and many celebrations on the High Street and a service led by Reverend Paul. And I was pleased to see representatives of our armed forces in the local area. The Yorkshire Regiment were there, who largely serve my constituency. People in the north of my constituency might tend to join the Rifles. And we also had representatives of our local cadet forces as well, the Marine, the Sea, and the RAF cadets who are based in Norton in my constituency. But we also had representatives of the Royal Military Police as well, the Reserves Unit, or a Reserves Unit of the Royal Military Police, I'm very proud to say, is also based in Norton in my constituency too. And in Stockton, we have a very strong representation of the armed forces in our local community. I'm very pleased to say 1 in 20 of the people in my constituency are either serving in the armed forces or veterans. So it's very, very, very strong area for the armed forces. And I mentioned the Royal Military Police, and I did wonder if maybe the RMP aren't mentioned too often in the House, and so I thought this might be an opportunity to commend the work that the RMP do. Yeah. They have, I think, possibly a claim to be the longest established regiment, of course, stretching back all the way to the 13th century from the appointment of the first Sergeant of the Peace. And today they are, of course, a vital part of our armed forces, with around 2,200 soldiers and civilian staff. They support operations in conflict zones, on peacekeeping missions and humanitarian efforts, and this is perhaps a suitable moment to pay tribute to the Honourable and Gallant Member for Epsom and Ewell for her service as a captain in the Royal Military Police, and also her continued advocacy for the armed forces community. Now, the role of the Royal Military Police is very much like other skills units in the armed forces, but they have three main roles: the policing of the army, special investigations and close protection. And in the policing of the army, they will be attached to a unit in the field and ensure that captured personnel, captured members of enemy forces, are treated appropriately, legally and humanely. A very important role, clearly. And they were deployed in Ukraine recently under close protection for generals, members of the Foreign Office. And of course, there are airborne RMP based in Colchester as well, who were part of Operation Market Garden at Pegasus Bridge 2. So members of the Royal Military Police, certainly. Yeah.
Would he accept that the actions of the Royal Military Police attached to fighting units are a direct reflection of the Army, reflection of our national character, upholding the rule of law even in warfare?
Thank him for that intervention, and I would, and I think that creates, and it's perhaps a point I might go on to develop a bit more, it creates for members of the Royal Military Police a unique duty, a very serious responsibility that puts them in a slightly different position to their comrades, which can't be easy. It must be quite difficult, and that's really why I wanted to highlight the role of the RMP today. I also wanted to highlight as well that the RMP themselves can find themselves in incredibly dangerous situations as well. And I was talking to a friend of mine who is a member of the RMP Reserves, and he highlighted to me the role of Royal Military Police officers during the Second World War and in other conflicts as well, managing traffic points. These are fixed grid reference points. It's vital, obviously, that traffic flow of equipment and personnel is managed appropriately for our logistics, but it also means that RMP personnel are very easy to target, either from artillery and aircraft, and that they carried out that role with great bravery as well. So I really want to commend the RMP for that. I mentioned that policing puts the individuals involved in a difficult and somewhat unique position. I mean, that's also true, obviously, for the civilian police force, but I think there is a particular additional burden on those members of the Royal Military Police in how they discharge their duty. And I was struck by the story of Royal Military Police veteran Kate Green, who 20 years from the lifting of the LGBT military ban was serving in the Royal Military Police. And the thing that she feared the most was being asked to investigate those who were suspected of hiding their sexuality from the army. If you admitted your sexuality, you were out, it was the end of your military career. Now, eventually, Kate decided that she couldn't continue with this anymore. She didn't want to continue to live a lie herself, and so she handed in her 1-year notice to the Royal Military Police. But actually, the LGBT ban on the army was lifted on the 12th of January 2000, only just a short time after her career ended. Kate now works with the Royal British Legion. She maintains a strong connection with the army despite no longer serving. I think this is an opportunity for us all to welcome the lifting of that LGBT ban, and also, but also to recognise the service of LGBT veterans. Yeah. Well, absolutely.
I thank my honourable friend for giving way. Nearly 30 years ago, when I was at the University of Exeter, I argued vociferously to make sure that our armed forces were allowed to recruit from our campus, to make sure that they got people like us into the military so that we could create a military that was receptive and reflective of our society, and so people from LGBTQ plus communities could serve alongside us without any impediments. Would my honourable friend agree with me that what is true is that inclusion comes from being part of an institution and helping to change it from within, and that it's necessary that we do not put impediments to armed forces recruitment on campuses today?
Chris MacDonald.
Thank my honourable and gallant friend for that intervention, and thank him also for his service and his continued advocacy for the armed forces in this place. He spoke very powerfully there, I think, in that intervention. I would agree with him and also say that it is no small task to change a culture in an organisation that starts and ends with leadership. And so I think we must thank the leaders in our armed forces as well, who've done it exactly as he said. I also wanted to share the story of Rachel Webster. She's a Royal Military Police veteran from the North East, and she has another example of how it's possible to break down barriers and overcome some really quite entrenched stereotypes. Now, Rachel chose engineering when she was at school over cookery. That was what her interest was. But she was told that she wouldn't be able to weld because she was a girl. Now, I don't know if any of you have ever had a go at welding. Well, I have, and I'm a boy, and I'm terrible at it. So Rachel was unable to pursue that at school. But like me, Rachel left school and joined British Steel. And British Steel were better at teaching her welding than me because she took a 4-year apprenticeship programme and she learned how to weld in the steel industry. But her ambition was to enter the armed forces. And she wished to apply to join the Royal Engineers, where many of her compatriots on the British Steel apprentice scheme went. But when she applied, she was told that women couldn't be Royal Engineers at that time.
Shocking.
So, undeterred, she joined the Royal Military Police in 1989. She trained with the Women's Royal Army Corps and then with the RMP and was deployed to Germany. Her career took her across the world, from Northern Ireland during the Troubles to Afghanistan in 2001. But one of her proudest moments came in Iraq in 2003. She was helping build a girls' school and impressed the local men who didn't realise that it was possible for women to weld. So she was able to use her welding skills on behalf of the army anyway. Now, I think both Rachel and Kate have really powerful stories. They show us that courage doesn't know any gender or any sexuality. And I do hope that they will be inspiring stories for my constituents in Stockton, Billingham and Norton, and of course people across the country. And I would really like to take this moment to very much thank all of our armed forces, but particularly the Royal Military Police and those reservists in the Royal Military Police in my constituency across the North East and across the country for their valuable service to our nation. Thank you.
Liberal Democrat frontbench spokesman, Ellen Maguire.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker. And it's an absolute privilege today to speak in today's debate on Armed Forces Day. A day that we recognise and celebrate the bravery, dedication and sacrifice of those who serve and have served in our armed forces. We honour and we thank them. Earlier this week, I was proud to attend the Armed Forces flag-raising ceremony in Epsom. Events like this are held in communities across the country and their meaning runs deep. They are a visible reminder of something that should never be taken for granted. The courage of the men and women who step up to defend our freedoms, often at great personal cost. For me, this week is personal because I served in the British Army as part of the Royal Military Police, as outlined by the member for Stockton North, who quite rightly highlighted the important and vital operational work of the Royal Military Police. My journey began with the desire to lead, travel and make a difference. I joined Sandhurst, gruelling and inspiring in equal measure. As one of few women at the time, I trained in boots not designed for me, but emerged with unbreakable friendships forged in resilience. I was first deployed to Bosnia as part of NATO's peacekeeping mission, and later I served in Iraq with 1 Princess Wales Royal Regiment during Operation Telic 4, helping to retrain the Iraqi police force in a dangerous and volatile area. We operated under constant threat, and a year before my arrival, 6 of my Royal Military Police colleagues were killed in Mujarrah Kabir. And I still remember the fear of that first night in Maysan, travelling in a blacked-out bus, unsure of what lay ahead. The fear of the unknown, of not making it home, is one that many serving personnel still face today. And yet we carried out our mission with professionalism and camaraderie. British troops working shoulder to shoulder with brave interpreters, local allies and international partners. But I saw firsthand how overstretched and under-equipped our troops often were compared to our allies. We got on with the job, but we shouldn't have to make do. Mr. Speaker, Armed Forces Day is not just about parades and flypasts. It marks a time for action. Our service personnel deserve more than warm words, they deserve a fair deal. And that's why I'm calling for a Fair Deal Commission to overhaul the conditions facing service personnel, veterans and their families. From housing to pay, diversity to transition support, our service personnel deserve reform. Because unfortunately, too many military families still live in substandard accommodation. Too many veterans struggle with poor mental health and inadequate support. And too many LGBT+ veterans are still waiting for proper justice and compensation. We were pleased to see the government accept the Etherton report's recommendations, but speed is of the essence, because many of those affected are elderly or seriously ill. Women in the armed forces are still facing unacceptable levels of harassment and misogyny, as the Atherton report revealed. We must do better, and we will push for full implementation of those recommendations. And when it comes to troop numbers, the reality is stark. Our armed forces are overstretched and under-resourced. And that's why we're calling for a new bonus scheme to help bring and keep more new recruits into the British Army, and the expansion of a current rejoining scheme to attract former soldiers to re-enlist. Mr. Speaker, I left the Army earlier than I'd planned, like many servicewomen, forced to choose between motherhood and military service. There was no support, no nursery, no flexible career path. These are the real barriers that drive people out of uniform, losing many experienced people. We must change that. If we want to recruit and retain the best, we need to support families too. The Liberal Democrats will create a one-stop shop for military families to access housing, education, healthcare and career support. Finally, I'm proud of my constituency's military history. Langley Vale was once a World War II training camp for over 8,000 soldiers. It's now a place of reflection. And our local Royal Engineers, the 135 Geographic Squadron, recently celebrated 75 years of proud service, marching with bayonets fixed through Yule. In this volatile and uncertain time, let us honour our service personnel's legacy, not just in ceremony, but in policy. Let us make Armed Forces Day a starting point for serious change. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Deputy Speaker, and it is a great privilege for me to speak today to mark Armed Forces Day for 2025. I think it is a moment for our country to show its deep and enduring gratitude to all of the men and women who serve and have served in our armed forces. Their service underpins our national security, our values, and indeed our way of life. And whether on the front line or behind the scenes, at home or abroad, these individuals commit themselves fully to something that is far greater than themselves. And they do so not for recognition, but out of duty. And since becoming the member for Mansfield, I've had the opportunity to meet with veterans, serving personnel and their families. I've seen, indeed, firsthand, the strength of character, discipline and resilience that military life builds. It's clear that those who serve bring with them skills that enrich every part of our society once they return to civilian life. But we must also be honest about the reality that many face after service. Military life, by its very nature, is unique. It often means frequent moves, long separations from family, and sudden transitions. And while the vast majority of veterans make successful moves into civilian life, there are still far too many who encounter disadvantage, whether it's in housing, employment, access to healthcare, mental health services, and so forth.
On that point, would my honourable friend give way?
I'd be delighted to do so.
I thank my honourable friend for giving way. I served for 25 years, and at times, for almost 10 years of a stretch, it was a month on, month off deployments with me being away from my family. During this Armed Forces Week, we must remember and give praise and celebration to our armed forces families who, as he described, suffer unseen pressure and burden.
And I thank the honourable member for his intervention, and certainly when I speak to families of serving personnel in Mansfield, it is always a subject that's very close to the top of the conversation. And I think it's very important to recognise that. And because of those issues, I think that's why it is so important that we recognise the Armed Forces Covenant. It is indeed our collective promise across government and society and public services that those who serve should not be disadvantaged by virtue of their service. Not just a principle, but something that is important to be recognised in law, but this can only be effective if those in positions of responsibility understand and indeed implement it properly. That's the reason why earlier this month, on the 4th of June, I was proud to host the first ever all-party parliamentary reception for the Armed Forces Covenant here in Parliament. The event was held in partnership with the Royal British Legion and the Ministry of Defence Covenant team, who do absolutely outstanding work in supporting veterans and promoting awareness. And I want in this House to formally put on record my thanks to the Royal British Legion and the Minister for Veterans and People for his attendance at the event. And the aim, Mr Deputy Speaker, was really simple. It was to help members of this House and their staff members better understand how the Covenant operates, the support it provides, and how we can use it to serve our constituents more effectively. And it's very encouraging for me to see members from across the House and across the political spectrum in attendance, absolutely united in their belief that no one who serves this country should face those types of barriers when their service comes to an end. So, Mr Deputy Speaker, Armed Forces Day and Week is not just about parades and flag raising. As important as this is, it's really about us recognising and reaffirming our commitment to the people who defend our freedom day after day after day. And as we rightly thank our armed forces today, let's also recommit ourselves in this House to ensuring that their support is matched by our support, that their sacrifice never meets silence, their families are never left behind. So let's move forward on this day, not just with gratitude, but with purpose. Thank you.
Sir David Davis.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker. It's an honour to speak today ahead of Armed Forces Day, a day not of pageantry, as the Honourable Gentleman from Mansfield just said, but also of principle. And I congratulate the government on, as it were, reinstating the pageantry as well, which is a good thing. And it's a day to recognise the men and women who both serve and have served in His Majesty's Armed Forces, the quiet professionals who carry the weight of our security, often in silence and too often without thanks. We owe them and their families, as we've heard, a debt of gratitude that we can't ever really pay. But gratitude alone is not enough. And as the Minister said, only a quarter of veterans really feel that their service is properly recognised. And there's a reason for that, and I'll speak plainly about it, and I hope the Minister will not take it as partisan. I hope he'll take what I have to say, in what were difficult 5 minutes of listening for him, as a call for action, a call for assistance, a call for help, if he likes. Because as my right honourable friend on the front bench said, there's a shadow that hangs over our armed forces, a political and legal vendetta targeting the veterans of Northern Ireland, of Operation Banner. These men answered their country's call at one of our country's darkest hours. Without hesitation, they stood between the innocent and the terrorists, often literally, often in the way of the bullet. And now, decades later, they're treated not as heroes, but as suspects. The frankly inadequately informed inquest over the SAS-IRA conflict at Clonard was just one incident in which elderly veterans are being persecuted, and there will be many more. We should never forget that terrorists killed 722 British soldiers during the Troubles. The people who carried out those murders have effectively been exonerated by the British state. I don't blame the state for that, it was necessary at the time. But today, we witness a legal crusade against the men who risked everything in the service of peace. Now, this is not justice, it's an attempt to rewrite history. It's prosecution driven by politics, not facts. While the killers walk free, authorities hound the soldiers who stop them from killing and treat those soldiers like criminals. Now, the Legacy Act, forgive my shorthand, but the Legacy Act was designed to put an end to this travesty. And for its own reasons, the government has decided to repeal that act. But if it does, and this is important, but if it does not properly replace it with effective legislation, it will hand the initiative back to those who spent decades glorifying violence. And I hope the Minister will pay attention to every detail of that paragraph I've just said, if you do not replace it properly. The government must decide whose side they are on in this exercise. Our veterans, now in their 70s or even later, deserve peace in retirement, not a knock on the door and questions about battles that they fought to defend the public half a lifetime ago. Battles that were fought under orders. Battles that were fought under supervision. Battles that were fought under yellow card rules. And battles that immediately afterwards had close judicial examination of everybody's behaviour to ensure that they obeyed the law in every respect. And often the military police were involved in that. Looking back to the gentleman from Stockton, is it, who spoke earlier? And they weren't always popular in doing it, but it was a necessary part of the process. Not one of those conditions applied to the psychopathic murderers that they were up against. Not one. And I've repeatedly asked the government to end this shameful campaign of retrospective injustice. And I'll continue to ask until I get a meaningful answer and resolution to this running sore of injustice. That's why I support the petition that my right honourable friend referred to, the 145,000 signatures, an astonishing number for such a short time. But that is just the start. This is not just massively important to our veterans. If this rewriting of history succeeds, this weapon of lawfare can be used against soldiers in any future conflict, destroying the effectiveness of our troops in future operations. Now, this morning, the Daily Mail had a powerful headline starting the campaign to highlight this very problem. But we should remember, when we look at that headline, that this is not just about our special forces. It's about all of the armed forces. There are, I think, at least 20 inquests into actions by government agencies and forces that could potentially be restarted by the government after the end of the legacy legislation. Only a minority are about special forces. Most are about conventional forces or the RUC or the UDR. So if we continue down this path, we will not only betray our past, but will also jeopardise our future. This campaign of persecution sends a chilling message to the next generation. Serve your country, risk your life, and face prosecution in your old age. Yeah. Why would any young man or woman sign up for that? And the truth is, many will not. And I know the Minister referred to better recruitment and retention figures, but they won't last if this battle is lost by the British state. Now, this challenge has been most high profile when it struck at our elite units, SAS, SBS, the SRR, the DET as it was once known. But it applies to every rifleman, every soldier, every member of the military who carries or wields a weapon in defence of his country. Every single one. And these soldiers who operate in conditions of extreme danger and uncertainty are required to make impossible decisions at great speed whilst under fire, the terror of being under fire. And they expect neither recognition nor reward, but they do expect one thing: the support of their government. We expect our soldiers to put their lives on the line for our country, but why would they do that if their country will abandon them after their service? So instead they face doubt. Doubt that creeps into the field, into command, into mission planning. If soldiers must weigh every trigger pull against a future court case, we cripple their ability to act. So what is the point of armed forces if we render them useless through legal ambiguity? Now, I am the last person to tolerate unnecessary killing or misbehaviour by our troops. Those who were here will know of my campaigns on torture and rendition in the past, so I will not stand for that. However, we must balance properly the rule of law as it applies to each environment. We already have well thought through rules of lawfare established in the Geneva Convention, and that's where we must look first when conducting a war. Now, from 2005 to 2007, during their operations against Al-Qaeda in Iraq, our military achieved, along with the Americans, spectacular results in saving lives. And I reiterate that point, in saving lives. In Baghdad, vehicle-borne suicide bombings fell from 100 a month to just 1 after we engaged. Sectarian assassinations, once rife, all but ceased. Care of our military. But this was not the work of indiscriminate bombing or division-level assaults. It was achieved through precise, controlled and surgical raids, generally by elite forces, backed by careful planning into some of the most hostile environments. The impact was staggering. Even a hostile panorama program showed that 95% of terrorist neutralizations were captured, 95%, under unbelievable circumstances. And of course, thousands of innocent lives were saved. This is not just a matter of operational skill, Minister, but also of moral discipline. In the midst of close quarters combat against some of the most dangerous men on earth, our forces showed a restraint few could match. I have no doubt that from time to time mistakes are made, and these, of course, should be answered for. But if we allow our opponents to use lawfare to destroy these capabilities, we are left with blunt instruments. Yes. The bomb, the missile, the drone. So instead of capturing or killing just the guilty, we kill every innocent civilian on a bus or every guest at a wedding party. Our military has been brilliant at doing the opposite, at being targeted, lawful and effective. Dismantling that capacity will not only be militarily reckless, it will be betrayal of the very principles that the Minister himself said we stand for, that should distinguish us from those who we fight. So let us today do rather more than clap politely at a parade. Let's act. Let's end the relentless hounding of our veterans. Let's give our serving forces the legal protection and political support that they deserve. Let us recognise that if we find it difficult to recruit, it's a consequence of a state that too often turns its back on its defenders. This Armed Forces Day, let us make one promise, that no British soldier will ever again be abandoned by the very nation they have so bravely protected.
Yeah. Gareth Atkinson.
Thank you, Mr. Deputy Speaker. I rise to pay tribute to our armed forces personnel, and can I also associate myself with the remarks of the Minister. I'd like to start by recognising veterans for their past service. Their contributions made to society continue to serve society with the skills and the leadership shaped by their unique military experiences. I'd also like to thank our reservists for the extra time that they give in supporting our armed forces, and I'd like to declare an interest as I have a husband who is a reservist in the army. I'd also like to thank our cadets and our armed forces families who also make sacrifices in their own way to keep us safe, and that absolutely must be recognised. I will give way.
Thank my honourable friend for giving way. At the weekend I attended the Royal British Legion on Catton's 90th birthday celebration, and I want to pay tribute to all the volunteers and community groups as well as our armed forces and veterans. But on the point of cadets, I met cadets from Constitution Hill, Aylsham Road and College Green in Norwich, and what they're learning is phenomenal. Does she agree that we have to back them with support and also backing the many volunteers who help make those cadets groups run effectively?
Yeah, I thank her for that intervention. It's a really important point. You know, our cadets provide a really good opportunity for our young people as well, and they absolutely should be supported and backed as much as possible. I'm really proud to have attended Monday's Armed Forces flag raising ceremony in Victoria Square, my own constituency in Bolton North East, and I was really proud to see the strong showing of support for our armed forces at that ceremony. The Armed Forces flag is raised above the Town Hall in Bolton, and it will fly there proudly until the end of Armed Forces Day this Saturday. The ceremony was an opportunity to reflect on those who have served and are currently serving, especially those deployed overseas and in active service. I was really glad to join in celebrations with Jerry Mystery, who is the president of the Royal Artillery Association's Bolton branch, and also members of the Royal Artillery such as Gunner Paul Brindle. There are nearly 3,000 veterans in Bolton North East, and Bolton is also home to the 216 Battery of the 103 Regiment of the Royal Artillery, which is the most northerly subunit of the 103 Regiment, with lineage dating back to 1889. Mr Deputy Speaker, I'm deeply proud of our local military history, but on Monday I also heard concerns from members of the 216 Battery about a lack of funding, particularly around general training, meaning there isn't enough money to progress training levels. So I sincerely hope that the government will look at ways to provide more support on this. I am also a former employee of the Royal British Legion, and as someone with experience campaigning to improve the lives of our armed forces, I strongly welcome this government's commitment to renewing the nation's contract with those who serve and have served. Having worked on raising awareness about the Armed Forces Covenant, I'm really pleased that this Labour government recognises its importance in supporting our armed forces communities and that we have committed to enacting it into law. However, I would like to ask the Minister about what plans he and his department have in place to ensure there is sufficient funding and budget to implement an extension of the Armed Forces Covenant duty, and how the government intends to work with different layers of local government as well as our regional mayors. As a parent, I welcome plans to expand wraparound childcare to support families deployed overseas, and to hear that they will now receive 20 hours a week of funded childcare, saving families around £3,400 a year. And can I strongly commend the Minister and this government for also broadening support to our armed forces families, because I experienced firsthand how much they struggle and the unique challenges that they face as well.
Way?
Yes, I'll give way.
I thank my honourable friend for giving way, and on that point there are many brave men and women serving and who have served in my constituency of Reading West and Mid Berkshire and their families, and I'm very proud of them and thank them for their contribution this Armed Forces Week. She mentioned the Royal British Legion earlier on. I want to say a particular thank you to Tilehurst Royal British Legion in my constituency, who do a fantastic job to support our veterans, in particular Christine Lewandon, the president of Tilehurst Royal British Legion, and ask if she would join with me in thanking them for all that they do.
Thank you. I absolutely will join her. I think we should absolutely pay tribute to the Royal British Legion in their branches and also their teams as well, in all the different various supports that they provide to our armed forces community. I'm really pleased to see that this government is boosting cadet forces, creating opportunities for 42,000 armed forces in over 20 years, and I'm deeply grateful that we are establishing an Armed Forces Commissioner, which is long overdue in my opinion. Finally, I'd like to end, Mr Deputy Speaker, by reiterating the concerns highlighted from members of the 216 Battery around funding for training. And I hope that the government will look at more ways to provide more support on this so that we can continue to back up our words with action, help upskill our vital defence sectors and our armed forces community. And I look forward to joining in Armed Forces Day celebrations this Saturday.
Ben Hobbs objecting.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker. I wanted to speak in the debate today to recognise the contribution of all those who serve in our armed forces and those who stand beside them in support. It is Armed Forces Week, and I will be attending the Huntingdon Armed Forces Day on Saturday at Sapley Playing Fields. And may I pass on my appreciation to Anna Dutton for her efforts in organising the day from a standing start, and also to Andy Phipps of Cambridgeshire Army Cadet Force for his efforts too. For a region with strong links to the armed forces, it is wonderful that our armed forces personnel and families, both British and American, will have the opportunity to participate locally. And I say that as an MP who's very proud to have military bases in his constituency, but also to have bases that represent both British, with RAF Whitton, the home of UK Defence Intelligence, also RAF Molesworth and Alconbury, which are both run by the US Air Force. And so we have an extraordinary number of US personnel in and around our villages, which always takes people by surprise when you hear those American accents. Armed Forces Day is about the recognition and celebration of those young men and women who are giving up the best years of their lives in a uniform to serve their nation. It is also about those who stand behind them, who sacrifice their time, their careers, their ability to make a home to support their partners, mothers, fathers to realise their career ambitions. I spent the best part of a decade in the Army, and though I rarely, if ever, mention it, it was one of the greatest experiences of my life. But particularly now that through the passage of time, I've all but forgotten how bad some of it actually was. But I did love it, and I do miss it. The camaraderie, the experiences, the opportunities, these are all unique elements that make being a part of the armed forces so special. The bonds you forge with those who you serve alongside, the unspoken shared experiences that allow you to meet a fellow veteran and bond over a shared love of spinning dits, even though sadly most of, if not all, of those dits are not appropriate to be recalled in this place. I served in the armed forces during the highest tempo of kinetic operations since the Korean War. It placed a strain on our armed forces, the likes of which we haven't seen since. And I know that the benches opposite often like to recall that the last time we spent 2.5% on defence was during the last Labour government. The PM even mentioned it in the previous statement. What they don't often mention is that that operational tempo just about broke the Army. And I would echo the words of the member for Epsom and Ewell in terms of my experience of serving during the same period, was that kit and equipment we went through very, very quickly. And I think that with the pace of change that we see on operations and within warfare currently, I think that we would do well to remember, and I know the Minister is listening, we cycled through different types of body armour. I remember in a 4-year period, I think we had 3 different types of body armour, 3 different types of helmets. We changed our entire camouflage pattern. We had to bring in urgent operational requests to have vehicles that could withstand roadside bombs. We went from patrolling in berets in Iraq with ECBA to patrolling in helmets with metal detectors in Afghanistan only a couple of years later. And so the pace of change is something that we must bring into that. I will give way.
I hesitate to interrupt what is a marvellous speech and great testament to his service. But I would just like to say, he mentioned the urgent request for vehicles that would withstand roadside bombs. And I thought this just might be an appropriate moment to mention in response to that, a new type of steel was developed in the UK, ballistic steel, that was invented at the University of Cambridge, developed at our Steel Research Institute and produced in South Wales to provide exactly that, a great national response and a demonstration of the importance not only of our steel industry but our industry in general to provide a rapid response to the requirements of those in the field.
I would concur, and though I don't know anything about the detail of that steel and the armour that it provided, I do think it's worth bearing in mind just how quickly the pace of change and our ability to react to that. And whilst we've seen a lot of talk in recent weeks about the capability that we intend to buy, we do have to remember, so the old adage is so true that no plan ever survives first contact with the enemy, and I think that is truer now than it probably has been in many a year. We do take our armed forces for granted. Whilst the jingoistic applause, veterans discounts, the thank you for your service isn't for us, too gauche. We are, after all, British. But the flip side of that is that there is certainly some middle ground to be occupied. A greater societal recognition of the value of serving, an inculcation that service to your nation is something to be proud of, something to aspire to, something that benefits not just the country, but the individual. We too often look at our armed forces as a default civil emergency force as the first port of call. Flooding, ask them to deliver some sandbags. Snowing, ask them to clear the runway at Heathrow. Fire strike, ask them to man the fire trucks. Olympics, ask them to provide security. Even the bin strikes saw the army brought in to help. Whilst I appreciate there's a specific process by which the help of the armed forces is enlisted, I wince whenever I see it activated. We shouldn't need to rely upon a force of barely 100,000 or so available service personnel to cover everything They should not be the default bailout for government or local government ineffectiveness. Our armed forces deserve better. To be paid properly, so that they don't have to take a pay cut when they're deployed on operations, as was explained to me by some of the personnel I spoke to on NATO operations in Poland recently. To be housed properly, so that defence contractors don't paint over the mould on the walls because treating it isn't on the contractor's checklist, as I've been informed is happening in SFA houses in my constituency at the moment. To be posted sympathetically, so that families don't end up split apart where both parents are serving personnel, as I've seen happen to my good friends who are still serving. And to be supported and granted stability so that service personnel's children can receive a stable home and education. I could go on, but the point I'm making is that the treatment of our service personnel isn't good enough. It wasn't good enough when I served, it wasn't good enough, frankly, under the last government, and I don't think it's good enough now. And whilst I don't doubt the sentiment, I retain little confidence that it will drastically improve despite the promises. We in this House often stand in this chamber and wax lyrical about our armed forces, recount stories of their bravery, courage, commitment and sacrifice. But they are more than just a backdrop for an announcement, and I would encourage those of us in this House to remember that. But on one last, light-hearted final point, as we as Members of Parliament do return to our constituencies this weekend to participate on Saturday dutifully and attend those events and parades, spare a thought for those young men and women, because much as I'm sure they value and appreciate the recognition, and I remember this well from my own army experience, the irony is that the best way we could show how much we do value them is by not making them work on a sunny Saturday afternoon in June.
Melanie on.
Thank you very much, Mr. Deputy Speaker. It is with immense pride that I rise today in Armed Forces Week, particularly as the national celebrations are returning to Cleethorpes this weekend. And that is a moment of real honour for our community in Great Grimsby and Cleethorpes, nearly 10 years after the last time that we hosted in 2016, and hasn't a lot happened in those years, but to have it return under a Labour government is an incredibly proud moment. And we may not be garrison towns, as some of my honourable colleagues here represent, but our ties to the military run deep and they run proud. From American GIs camped in Grimsby's People's Park during the Second World War to the brave men and women who gave everything to their country to support the war effort, including our town's fishermen, and my great-grandma May and my great-aunt Kathleen, who both took roles as wartime wardens back in the Second World War in their village of Healing. Our towns have long stood shoulder to shoulder with our armed forces. Those connections still continue today with the 3rd Royal Anglian Army Reserve Battalion operating out of Westwood Hoe in Grimsby, training and serving with distinction across our area and further afield. Their commitment really does reflect the values that define our area: resilience, solidarity and service. And every Remembrance Sunday they opened their doors to the whole of the local community to provide refreshments to those young cadets that the Honourable Gentleman was just mentioning, who were out there parading on the Sunday. I'm happy to give way.
I thank my honourable friend for giving way. We must be very proud of our cadets. I was a cadet myself, kept me on the straight and narrow and out of trouble. Within my constituency, I have 2 amazing squadrons, 12F, who are based in Waltham Forest and Leighton, and 241, who are nationally the best air cadet squadron in the country. But behind them is a corps of volunteers who really don't get the recognition that they deserve. And it's really important that we recognise those people that prop up these organisations in our community. And would my honourable friend join with me in making recognition of their service and commitment?
Well, I thank him for that intervention. He does make an important point, and it has been mentioned in comments today, just about, we will not have a future pipeline of young people who want to participate in the armed forces, who already have some element of the training, the discipline, the understanding of the lifestyle, if we do not have the adults who are prepared to give up their time to support that. It is incredibly time-consuming. It takes them away from their families as well, and it really does show a commitment to not only young people, but their communities and the armed forces more widely as well. So just to continue to my, I'm happy to give way, yes.
I thank the Honourable Member for giving way. I also participated in my school's combined cadet service while I was there, enjoying many evenings and nights over Salisbury Plain in the bitter cold. In fact, one of the coldest nights I think I've ever experienced. But Glastonbury and Street Sea Cadets give young people an experience that helps them grow into the person that they want in a safe and friendly environment. It gives them confidence and friendship and leadership to help them launch well into life. So will she join me in celebrating groups like Glastonbury and Street Sea Cadets and thanking them for all the amazing work that they do?
I'm very happy to do just that, as the Honourable Lady asks. All of the organisations that are working with young people do an amazing job. The young people who are involved themselves, the fact that they show up, they turn up, they commit, it really is testament to their resilience and their self-belief that they can achieve, and they're going to put time and effort into themselves so that they can prepare themselves for their future lives. The Westwood Hoe Barracks does open its doors to our local community every year, providing hot food, hot drink, a place for families to come, for everybody to kind of get together and reflect on the day, but also just to provide a little bit of community spirit, connection and conversation on what is a very important day in our constituency, and we regularly see hundreds of people lining the streets as the procession goes from the church at Minster to the memorial just near Grimsby Institute. This year, as Cleethorpes hosts the National Armed Forces Day event, I don't want to keep saying that, but we are hosting the national event this year, and I'm very pleased to do so. We will be celebrating not only our nation's servicemen and women, but the economic and cultural boost that it will bring to our local area. And I have to pay tribute to our local Armed Forces events team, who again operate voluntarily. They are working tirelessly. Any event related to our armed forces, they are always there, and they will be working incredibly hard now, right down to the wire. I'm absolutely sure that they will not have the opportunity on Saturday to enjoy any of it, because they will be so busy making sure that everything is running smoothly, and that those who are participating and coming from out of the area to make this a grand celebration on Saturday, that they have got everything that they need. But it will be a moment for our businesses, our tourism sector, and above all our people. We will welcome people from around the country who will come to this national event, who will line the streets to give thanks to our servicemen and women. Only recently I had the pleasure of welcoming students from the Uniformed Services course at Grimsby Institute, and they came into Parliament and they came into the Education Centre. These young people are preparing for careers across police, fire service, armed forces and emergency response. Their enthusiasm and their discipline really were a reminder that the future of our uniformed services is in good hands. They are the next chapter in our proud tradition of service, and I was very pleased to have them here. We also have some excellent community groups. In addition to the Armed Forces events team, that group have turned what was an old local authority building called the Knoll into a centre for signposting for veterans. So any kind of mental health support, housing support, welfare and benefits advice. There is space within a really nice, relaxed environment. You can go have a coffee, and there are professionals there to signpost those veterans and provide that additional support. And we've also got another brilliant grassroots group called NEL for Heroes, run voluntarily by ex-servicemen and women, bringing people together through food and drink and other activities, and really helping people who have left the services, sometimes recently, sometimes many years ago, but are finding life a little bit difficult, do find themselves in a challenging situation, and with that pride that comes with service, sometimes the pride means that they don't always wish to access the help that is available to them. And NEL for Heroes is a really brilliant group that informally manages to build relationships and build those ties and provide that support and encourage people not to feel embarrassed that they might require some additional support for a period of time and help them to access that. So I congratulate them on that work. Mr Deputy Speaker, our town's military history runs deep and has lasting connections to our European allies. After the Second World War, the Carpathian Lancers, a Polish regiment unable to return home due to Soviet occupation, made Wheelsby Woods their home. In their honour, a plaque and a wooden sculpture of their bear mascot, Wojciech, now stands in the park, a tribute to their service and to many who settled in Grimsby in 1947. And I did want to mention this because when I was growing up, my great aunt and her mother, my great grandmother,
still wore up, mate, but I put it in my bedroom on the wall. Because I think it's like cool. Yeah, it's 3D one. So that one I still kept it, but it's not fine. I just got a normal one. That's so much back to that one.
Yes, thank you.
Just like that.
Hegseth.